out of the Big Easy and into your cab. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios with your host, the wild man of trucking himself, Jimmy Mack, on this beautiful Hump Day!
Hump Day. Let's get over that hump and find some FaceTime on the Facebook. Let's yak it up on the Tube of You. Let's leave our heart on the iHeart. Hey, man, if you've got the audacity, you should listen on Odyssey. Perhaps you've ordered up the box of Pandora with the second-rate salesman and the third-rate talent, or you're dialing in to RadioNemo.com and hitting that 365 dial between the hours of 7 to 11 in the center, 8 to 12 in the east. It's the raucous reality of Road Gang Radio. Hashtag RGR also stands for resistance, where, well, you know, neither the listening nor the subscription cost you a thing. It's a fast and furious format of freight, facts, fun, and fueling your Monday morning, your Tuesday morning, your Wednesday morning, your Thursday morning, your Friday morning. It's all part of RadioNemo.com. We get weekends off now. Oh. This is a good thing. You got asked that question, by the way, yesterday. I'll ask it again. What's it like having weekends off, brother?
I don't know how to act yet.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Dre calls me at 7:30 in the morning. I'm awake, too. That's getting up late for me. And he goes, "What are you doing?"
What are you wearing?
What are you wearing? What are you having for breakfast? I'm in jammies. I'm having some pancakes.
Dude, this Saturday. All right, wait. Backtrack. I'm these
Pivot.
past 2 weekends were the first weekends where my body doesn't naturally wake up at a certain time, and it's like, oh, this is nice. And you know what we're doing this Saturday that I bought last Saturday for the girls?
What are you doing?
I got some Cafe. No, I was going to say Cafe Beignet because that's the one I go to a lot more. But I got some Cafe Du Monde beignet mix to be able to help the girls and show them how to make beignets because they're obsessed. I brought them there one time. They're like, "You're telling me I could be messy and not get in trouble?"
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, man. And by the way, if you guys ever are in town again and you bring the girls, head on out. I'll take you there. I'll go with you. We'll go with the whole gang. We'll go. And there's a place run by a Vietnamese family out in Chalmette called Beignets and Things.
Wait, where's it at?
It's in Chalmette, dude. It's in Chalmatian country. By the way, if people from Chalmette are Chalmatians, what are people from Violet called?
Oh.
Violations.
Listen, violators, but that works.
Violators. Actually, everybody over in that's not really fair. Am I being fair? Probably not, by the way. Although Kevin Lindsay, who's actually spent some time in Homa, can tell you, Homatians, I don't know if that works either. 615-292-6366. The Paranormal Pie Man, by the way, is over on the Tube of You. We're going to tell him good morning. By the way, 4-Odd says, come over to my place, shoot leftover fireworks, and eat birthday cake. Is that today? 4-Odd, is that today? Are you burying the lead?
You better call us right now.
You better give us a call if it's your birthday, man. Joe J says, hello, Road Gang from Foggy, Nebraska. Foggy. You got to get the, go ahead.
Well, I was going to jump in right when you're done with that thought, but I'm going to do it now.
I didn't have a thought.
Oh, okay.
I mean, just talking.
I'm just shooting stuff off the dome. Dude, we need to get a recorded. We need to get a recorded, like how Lindsay does a national anthem. We need to do a birthday because I can't play certain things now, but we will soon. But I just want us to record a happy birthday so we can know we're hitting the tone.
Happy birthday to you. Hey. Happy birthday to you. Ooh. Happy birthday from Perry Cuomo. Notice I actually mixed in Andrew Cuomo and Perry Como. And by the way, what is that? Is that a guy who like sings really softly in your ear in an inappropriate way? Hey, come on. 10 Ring, by the way, is over there saying howdy to everybody. Good morning to you, 10 Ring. You still got to give us a call. Earl and Joan Noble in the house. Good morning, my NOLA family and all the drivers out there. Great to have you aboard. Hit the like button, by the way. Get into the conversation. Make the miracle happen. By the way, the Paranormal Pie Man discovered he also has a subscription to Kindle that he forgot about. Maybe it's time to read a little bit more. Doodah Man has been digging into the books. 4-Odd is a book digger from a long time back. We got a phone call, do we?
Yep, I was going to jump on, but I already know who this is. Mark just wants to come on in before we get to that Pledge National Anthem and our first guest at 15.
High in the middle and round on both ends. It's Mark from Ohio. What's going on?
Much. Just sitting at the shop again today.
That's very level, Mark. We're being a bunch of caffeinated maniacs. By the way, on a really quick note, we love Madison. She's almost perfect. We have found a kink in her armor, flaw in her ointment. I'm sorry. So I got me some sudden death. Is that what it's called?
Death Wish.
I always call it sudden death. There should be a coffee called Sudden Death.
Looking into it
with a hockey player on the front,
Wayne Gretzky
with a goalie mask on. No, so I get my Death Wish. Dre gets his kind of things. So Matt says we should try a vanilla lavender. Yet there it is, vanilla lavender in its little Keurig cups. Yet I come in to get coffee today. Death Wish is gone. The standard coffee, the medium roast is gone. And the only thing is a giant box full of untouched vanilla and lavender, which means she wasn't having it, dude. She had one or two and was like, yeah, I'm done with that. I drank this stuff. This is hateful, dude. This is a hate locker. I mean, it's basically putting you in a hate locker, dude. It's disgusting, but it's got caffeine in it, so I got to go with it. Terrible. Terrible.
Well, at least it's got the caffeine. You just have to try to get past the terribleness of it.
Hey, look, man, in all honesty, at first I was like, yeah, I dig it, and then I had it a couple more times. It's like if you just you got like a bundle of lavender, and you just soaked it in the coffee, and then you choke yourself with it. Yeah.
I'm not in favor of this stuff, dude. I'm just not in favor of it, man.
It's not that bad. But
no, it is that bad. Let's be honest with you.
I did my research real quick, Mark and Jimmy. There is not a Sudden Death coffee brand, but there's a coffee shop in Indonesia. I feel like Sudden Death coffee should be here in New Orleans. That sounds like a New Orleans coffee shop.
Yeah, dude, and the Paranormal Pie Man says that Sudden Death coffee label should be dodgeball related.
Yes!
I kind of like that. But if it's with patches.
Yes, you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
Yeah, exactly. Patches O'Houlihan. Yeah. By the way, Chowder says good morning to you as well. People are really kind of flocking, rallying to our cause here on the Tube of You. Some people over on the Book of Face as well, too. Our good buddy 3.5. Joan Noble. You're like ubiquitous. You're both on the Tube of You and the Book of Face. I kind of like your style, man. You're kind of like everything everywhere all at once. Huh?
So nice you had to do it twice.
I like that, too. Mark, what's the day look like for you?
Like I said, just sitting at the shop. Hopefully they can fix what they didn't get the last time I was here for like 10 hours. Hopefully I'm not here that long this time.
I hope not. I hope not, my brother. I hope
break
not.
some legs, dude.
By the way, Mark, I know you care about such things. We are now 46 subscribers away from 1,000.
Tell your grandma, tell your auntie, tell your cousin, tell that dude you saw that one time at Subway.
That dude at Subway. I hope it wasn't Jared.
Dang it, dude! I walked into it.
This is like too soon, man.
It's irrelevant.
It's like walking Charlie. It's like, hey, would you care to walk into the door for an ambush? Oh no! Don't say that around Jared.
It's like saying Bill Cosby too. Don't do it.
We actually found an old Cosby album here, dude.
All right, we're getting off track.
No, I mean we found a Cosby album, man,
did.
and it's like
it didn't smell like pudding.
It's called "Inside the Mind of Bill Cosby." Do you really want to listen to that?
I didn't think about that.
Oh my God!
Oh, Mark, I hope you have a good rest of your day, my brother.
Thank you, Mark.
I hope so too. Glad we got off the rails. Have a great one, everybody. Catch you all later.
Thank you, sir. And, of course, our friend Ten Ring points out Liquid Death energy drink. By the way, that is one of the greatest strategies of all time. Liquid Death, perfect. We can't get guys to drink water. Can't get old men to drink water. Let's put it in a can that looks like beer and call it Liquid Death. I'm drinking water. Woo!
Yeah, and then their koozie is a brown paper bag, so they're
what did
definitely
you call me?
Exactly. I don't know who this caller is. It says wireless caller because I got too much going on. Who you be? What you do? Where you at?
What's going on?
This is 4
Yes! Happy birthday
to you, Mr. 4 Happy birthday to you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I was going to say that.
Happy birthday,
Oh, yeah.
dear 4 ask not what you can do for 4 but what 4 can do for you. What can you do for us today, 4
Hey, buddy.
I can recommend a book for you.
Ooh,
Recommend it.
do it.
Meat Eaters, American History, The Long Hunters. They also have a Mountain Man book, which is fantastic. It's great stuff.
So it's about tofu
Really
is what
well
you're
written.
telling me.
What?
He said it's about tofu is what you're telling us,
So
right?
it's about broccoli is what you're telling me, how we shouldn't eat
Yep.
meat and we should eat broccoli.
Yeah, did my
Yeah,
wife
the West wouldn't run on salad. That's fact.
I think Claire Marie got a hold of me.
our good friend Mark sent you a big birthday wish, guys. If you want to drop into the chat over there and wish our good friend 4 a happy birthday. So what are we today? 29?
Ooh.
Still 29 years
Yeah,
old.
sure. We'll go with that.
Ooh, how old are you? Because you're not a woman, so I can ask you.
How old are you?
43.
Nice.
Dude, that's a good age, man. That's your whole life ahead of you,
That's
dude.
wine, baby.
That's the open road, man, as opposed to me and Dave, who are part of the Over the Hill gang. Well, I'm searching for Fountain of Middle Age. I hope I can find it, dude. What else are you reading these days?
I'm really caught up in the Gray Man series, big time.
He's great, isn't he?
Oh yeah, it's pretty good. I'm on Gunmetal Gray right now, about ready to finish it out.
I love Gunmetal Gray. My dad and I wouldn't stop talking about that book for a week after we finished it. By the way, Madison says good morning and happy birthday to Foraught. Well said. That's over on the Book of Face. How about that?
Yeah.
Madison dropping in over there, making some nice things. Paranormal Pie Man says happy birthday, Foraught. Our good friend Ten Ring. Well, by the way, Paranormal Pie Man also said you don't win friends with salad. You don't win friends with salad.
Madison didn't listen to the beginning of the show when she didn't say anything about our prior comments.
Yeah. Oh no, she's listening, man.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Lavender.
I know her. I know that she would be like, "Come on, man."
It just sounds like something that Ron Burgundy would say. Lavender. I'm just saying. Foraught, we love you. We got to get to this pledge and national anthem thing here just in a minute after I preview the show. Love you, brother. Happy birthday. You're the best.
Appreciate it. Yep.
Happy birthday to Foraught from Trucker Boast. And I got one more.
Yeah, let's do one more because I know he can get in and out, and we got to get to our caller and everything. Not our caller, our guest. What's up, Chow Wow?
Chow Wow.
Lavender coffee. Good morning, folks. I don't know about lavender coffee, but I know this Highlander grog coffee's kicking it in the beans.
Dude, as soon as I can get a K-pod, is it K-pod?
Yeah, we're getting the K-pod today or tomorrow. We're getting an extra K-pod, dude. We have that stuff in the fridge, dude, to make sure that it's going to taste as good as it possibly can when we bring it out to the light. Oh man.
If nothing else, they make good air fresheners.
I just snort it, dude. I just snort it.
Oh man, that stuff is the truth.
I don't want to know what you do. I'm hauling Coke right now, not the snortable kind, the drinkable kind.
Not the Pablo Escobar, huh?
Yeah, well, that or I'm hauling virgin rum and Cokes. But happy birthday, Foraught. I just call you later and tell you again. Chatter ain't reading much because, well, I hear distracted driving's not safe.
It isn't, by the way, and it's like, I'm sorry. Well, you know why I pulled you? Hey, can you imagine that? Do you know why I pulled you over? Yeah, because I was reading War and Peace. What's your problem?
Yeah, dude.
You know?
That's right. But, hey, I found out and got thinking about there is something that lavender coffee is better than.
Lavender. No coffee?
Well, that and any kind of tea.
Okay, hey, listen, hold on. Depends on your situation with tea, okay, man? If you need a little sleepy time or you need a little bowel movement, you know what I mean? Yeah, what?
Wait, Lindsay's not on the show today, man. I mean, what are you doing, dude? You're taking us into the cold elbow down below, telling you got to go.
Well,
hey, listen, we got a music artist and a few, so I'm all off my jam.
All right, go ahead, Chowder.
Yesterday Dre's giving me a harder time about putting Spam inside my ramen noodles with stuff, and I eat it cold, I eat it fried, but now apparently tea is against the rules.
I mean, you're talking to a dude that likes boudin in the morning. I never had Spam, so it's different
environments.
environments.
Oh, my God, boudin in the morning is fantastic, dude. Boudin in the morning is fantastic. Have you had boudin in the morning, Chowder?
With a donut and coffee?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's donuts and coffee. You don't hear about tea and coffees.
No, it's called crumpets.
But you hear about tea and crumpets. I mean,
biscuits.
And there are people who like to have a nice piece of bread with their tea. You know,
right. You hear about coffee cake. You don't hear about no tea pie or tea cake, tea cups.
Yeah, tea
because
cups.
Nobody can drink much of it.
You don't watch any BBC shows, do you?
You don't watch any BBC
shows. That's
shows.
right. We had a tea party for a reason to get rid of it. The only tea that matters is Mr. T.
That's pretty good. That's it. Get out. Okay, we got to do the pledge and
All
national
right,
anthem.
guys.
Thank you, Chowder. That's pretty good. I pity the fool who don't listen to Chowder. Let's take a quick break. We'll have a pledge, national anthem, bracing cup of Java, not lavender either. No lavender. If anybody votes for lavender on the poll that RadioNemo just put up on that chat on YouTube, you're out. You're out of the resistance. You're out of everything. Hit the bricks and tell your story walking. We're going to come back with Dennis Welch. He's a cool dude. A cool dude. Friend of the show. Talk to him for a moment. You guys can call in, say hi to Dennis. That's about the extent of what I'll let y'all do. I'm that way. I'm kind of cruel. Ask Dave. We'll be right back.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's Wednesday. Good morning. I want to show you a couple of things from the Word of God, and it's found in John 16. In John 16, it says, "So with you, now is your time of grief, but I will see you again, and you will rejoice, and no one will take away your joy." You know what John just said? John just shared with us that at some point in life, we're all going to grieve. You're going to grieve because of a loved one you've lost. You're going to grieve because of you've lost a contract. And you're going to grieve because you lost in a good relationship. But I'm going to tell you something. Even though you're grieving, he's saying to you, and he said it to me on numerous occasions because I've lost a lot of great people in my life. He told me, even though you're grieving, don't lose your joy. And when he shared that with me the first time, it didn't make a whole lot of sense. And then he said it with me again and again, and I still didn't get it. Let me tell you what I learned from what this passage is saying. John 16:22 says, "So with you, it's personal. Now is your time of grief." Now, I want you to hear me. He's saying everybody has a season, John. Everybody is going to go through this process. He said, "But I will see you again, and you will rejoice." Now, watch this. He's saying that the person that you're grieving over, if they've given their life to Christ, you will see them again. He said, yes, it hurts. Yes, you're going through it. Yes, it's painful. Yes, it's hurting. Yes, he understands it. He said, but if they have given their life to me, you're going to see them again. And then he says, and no one will be able to take away your joy. You know, when he says no one will see them again, you will see them again. You know what he's saying? When you get to glory, y'all going to rejoice forever. No one can take that from you. So my brothers and sisters, it's okay to grieve. It's okay to cry. It's okay. But at the end of the day, you're going to enjoy being in the presence of God with them forever. God bless you. I love you. Be encouraged. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Amen. And Jimmy, it's okay.
You know who I love, and there's nothing anybody can do about it?
Tell me.
Dennis Welch.
Whoa.
Let me tell you something, man. This dude is a righteous dude. I've known him for quite some time. He's actually sent some great content our way. It's just kind of amazing. You make a friend almost immediately, and Dennis is going to be dropping in from time to time. I want you guys to go to Dennis Welch, not Welsh, Welch, WELCH, music.com. If you head over there, you'll find a wonderful artist, a great American. You guys know what I mean when I say that, and just a good friend. Strong, by the way, is going to release on Wednesday, the 16th, 1 week from today, and they're going to leave on a tour to support it until the end of July. They'll be out there for 2 months. I'm not going to tell you how young Dennis is, but other than say this guy just keeps on going, songwriting, making records, house concerts, and the tour that begins on the 12th. love.
And no grape juice jokes.
No grape juice jokes, by the way. Really quickly, though, since we're talking about tea on the chat, today is National Sugar Cookie Day, and sugar cookies do go really well with tea, although they're called biscuits in England. Hey, Dennis, how you doing, man? Long time no chat.
Woo! Good morning. How are you doing? I miss you, man.
Well, we're doing great, and we're on YouTube and Facebook and Odyssey and Pandora. You can even find us on the Previous app. I can't believe we actually get better coverage there now. Pandora. I mean, it's crazy, man. We are literally everything, everywhere, all at once. And now the ubiquitous Mr. Welch joins us, and you must be over the moon about Strong, right?
Well, I am, and Jimmy, this thing that we started talking about 5 years ago with what love makes us do. It just keeps on going, man. And it's look, inevitably in these conversations, it comes up somewhere that people say, you know what, I'm of a certain age, I should be slowing down. In fact, they want to know why I'm not slowing down, right? And you know what? And I just am finding that to be not true at all. And it's a blessing. And and look, these records. So I did no records for 18 years, as you know, and was really distraught because I was writing as if I was going to go in the studio sometime. And let me tell you something. I'm really glad I was writing, because once we started this new thing that happened 5 years ago with my friend Rich Herring producing these records, it has been sort of nonstop, really. I'm continuously going back in the studio and cutting things for the next record. And I've never worked in the music business like this. And it's just joyful. I mean, I go in and I just, I'm just giddy when I come out of there. And I think that it's, if you're a songwriter and you have somebody who understands what you're doing and can elevate what you're doing to a level that you cannot, that never gets old. It's like having a great editor if you're an author. You know what I mean? Somebody who says, hey, Jimmy, I understand you. I get you. And there's no boilerplate here. We're not going to just do what I did with the last book. I'm gonna make this book sing. And that's what this guy has done. And it's just, I just have to get my energy up and get out there,
Well, I'll tell you this, and by the way, you made the note when you were actually working this out with the person who I love so much, Claire Marie. We were talking about the idea that you and I always end up in left field somehow while getting back to the whole purpose and point.
I love that.
But people don't understand something they don't understand. They watch movies, and they don't understand when they see a movie that, that often the lead character is a stand-in for the man or the woman who wrote it or who directed it. They don't get that sometimes, a songwriter will see somebody sing their song and they go, oh my God. And the singer will do it too, where, oh my God, this is me and that is you and we are one in this song. And there is something about finding the people. And, Dean Croak, who does an ongoing segment, a regular contributor here, loves to say this about trucking. You're only as good as your partners. So when you find the people that you really see, that you really understand, who actually kind of seal the deal for you, you don't want to let them go, do you?
No.
Man, when you finally hear somebody who makes your words sing, someone who actually gives you the words to sing, someone who actually knows exactly when you should stop talking, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what an editor does. An editor knows, hey, you're terrific. You should do a little less of it. But that's a big thing,
right.
It's a big deal to find these people. These are the grace notes that the spirit of the universe, God, the cosmic woo, whatever anybody worships, this is what they get sent. They get sent this, and you need to cherish it, right?
Right. And you know what, Jimmy? That only happens if you live a relational life. If you're living a transactional life, look, I don't want to live that life, and I chose a long time ago not to do that. I have a book publicity business that I do. I've been doing we're in year 14 now, and I've been doing this business for 20 years. And the way we choose clients, I have an MBA, by the way. And so, you know what? They didn't teach us this in MBA school. But the way that we choose clients is look, they can have their checkbook out and they can be ready to pay me to do the work for them and all that. And you know what? If I'm sure that we're not the right people for them, or there's not some kind of connection that's deeper than just you write me a check and I do work for you, then I say no to those people. And you know what? And here's what's happened. In 14 years, we've never had to advertise. We've never had to walk around. It's every bit of it has come from word of mouth. And you know what? I want to live my life like that. I want to do my music like that. But I think it's so easy. The culture teaches us to do transactions. And you and I are not in a transaction, are we? I mean, the very first time that I was on your show, I thought, man, I love this guy, and I want to come back here sometime. And I think of you first when I finish anything I'm doing. I think of you first. I asked Claire the other day, I said, look, I said, I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but I said, is Jimmy going to interview me? Because I just want to talk to him. And so, you know what, that's how you get that person. That's how you find that person. Because what happens is if you live like that, then you know almost the minute that you're in the presence of that person, or the first time they do something for you, they edit your book or they produce your first song or whatever. I mean, look, when I heard the first song from Rich Herring, I'm like, wow, this is what I heard when I wrote it, but how did this guy hear what I heard when I wrote it? You know what I mean? And I don't think that happens in a transaction. I just don't think it happens.
Yeah, a transactional relationship usually involves the fact that I get what I need from you, you get what you need. And by the way, best case scenario transactional, I get what I need from you, you get what I need from me, and we are done. And I think that the mark of a truly great publicist, the mark of a truly great promoter, the mark of a truly great collaborator is I am present with you in the moment, seeing you for who you are in this moment, and this is the only moment that matters.
Yes.
And that's what a relationship
exactly.
is. It's such a big deal.
Exactly. And you know, Jimmy, it's very hard to find those people. I mean, you know, I'm of a certain age, and it took, and though I've had great, really fine collaborators and worked with friends, produced a record in 2000 with my friend Sam Eddy, and we loved what we did. But, you know, this is different, you know, and that sort of transcendent, I guess is the word, creative process with somebody is just, there's really nothing like it. And I just think, you know, a lot of the music business and a lot of business generally doesn't tell you that, you know what, look, find your people. And if you do, people you trust, people you can hand your work to, and they care as much about your work, Jimmy, as you do, that's a gift. Is what that is.
That's the absolute gift. That when they're always thinking about how to make you better, it's like I often tell people that my relationship with God is a fairly contentious one because I'm constantly trying to hear what the heck he's telling me. I'm always like, come on, dude, come on. Okay, Dennis, we actually just are doing a drop in here just to kind of reintroduce you to everybody so we can have more conversations down the road. But really quickly, tell us about, and you got about 2 minutes. I know it flies by. Can you kind of tell people about the album, but also tell us what you're doing for the next couple of weeks, kind of building the momentum behind this?
Well, so first of all, Strong, the title track is my manifesto. You know what? I'm tired of living a fearful life, and this song came to me. It was the last song I wrote for this record, and it says, you know what? I'm not doing that anymore. I'm going to live a strong life. I am, and I'm doing it. And part of that will be us getting out on the road. I haven't done this. I don't know if I've ever done this kind of road stuff, Jimmy. And we're getting out and we're doing, I've discovered house concerts now.
They're the best. They're the best.
They are the best. They're warm. You know what? People invite their friends and they say, hey, we got a friend who's a songwriter and he's got a new record out. You want to come have some, you know, munchies and or whatever. We have some finger foods, and you bring your cooler and a chair, and let's do. I mean, and we fill up these places, and I'm grateful that we do. And it's a sweet kind of warm evening, and so we're going all over. We'll be in Illinois, we'll be in Ohio for 2 shows, we'll be in New Hampshire of all places. And Maine and Maryland. We're just going all over, and we're going through Nashville on some of that trip, and Atlanta. And so, you know, I'm just getting out and singing these songs and just introducing people to this new batch of songs. And as you know, writers never really stop writing, and so I'm already thinking about the next one. But so our tour will start really this Saturday. We're doing a show here in Central Texas, and then we'll go to Houston for 2 shows, and then we'll take off at the end of July First, we're going to go. My wife's 94-year-old father is getting married to a younger woman. She's 90, and I'm going to be involved in the ceremony. I had to pay $50 for a ministerial license to do it, and anyway, and then we leave there, and we won't be back in Texas until around the 1st of October.
Dennis, we're out of time, brother. I can't believe it. And by the way, Dennis sounds like he's about 40. He ain't even close to that, my friend. He's just young at heart. Dennis, we're going to get you back on sooner rather than later, hopefully in the next couple of weeks. Dennis Welch, music, by the way. Strong is the new album. It comes out next Wednesday. We are so excited to have you back. I love you, Dennis. It is great to have you back.
Man. Bless you, and I'll be glad to talk to you again when you're ready. Okay?
All right, my friend. Get out there. I'm going to call you and invite you to our party, too, on the 23rd over here at the Day Guy House. We got to take a quick break. Truckers Against Trafficking is coming up, by the way. It's important stuff, so listen up. Hey, your contributions this morning, guys, have been terrific. Keep it up.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Oh, Nelly down in the Crescent City. We're taking a moment here to get a little more serious, by the way. Our friends from TAT, Truckers Against Trafficking, are arriving on the scene. I want you guys to head over to TATnonprofit.org is where you want to go. If you do, you'll find out that human trafficking is modern-day slavery. It's a global crime in which people are bought and sold for forced labor or commercial sex. What traffickers are doing is they're using violence, manipulation, false promises of work, opportunities, or romance to lure, control, and exploit their victims. 50 million victims worldwide. Thousands of girls, boys, women, and men are trafficked for sex labor in the U.S. and Canada. In response to those realities, TAT recognizes that trucking, along with other members of the transportation industry, are in a perfect position in the course of their everyday jobs to provide an extra set of eyes and ears to law enforcement in helping to identify both victims and perpetrators of human trafficking. It's just about being aware, guys. It's just about seeing something and being able to say something. The very nature of your jobs, with your extensive travel, the venues you visit, and your sheer numbers, you actually are an army of eyes out there. You're creating opportunities for the members of these industries to actually have a chance to save a young person's life. You just need training. You just need to be able to identify and report it when you see it, and that's where TAT, Truckers Against Trafficking, comes in. We got a training specialist this morning, friend of the show, Louis Greek, is going to be joining us as well, and he's got some folks to introduce as well, too. We're so thrilled to have you, Louis. Welcome back, and it's such a good reason you're here. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's great to be on the show and just kind of share about all the awesome things that TAT, or Truckers Against Trafficking, is doing as it relates to combating human trafficking along our roadways.
Let's kind of talk a little bit about some of your programs that you have going on right now, because I know we're going to be talking to Scott Koch here just in a moment. But can you kind of unpack what you guys are up to at this very moment? You guys have a number of programs. You're always kind of reinventing the wheel, keeping things fresh to keep people alert.
Yeah, so some exciting stuff that we've really launched this year. You know, in our work in trying to combat human trafficking and train our frontline drivers out there on the roads, we also have to include our frontline workers in travel centers and truck stops. You know, those places that are dotted along our roadways across the country. We know that criminal entrepreneurs, traffickers, exploit vulnerable individuals at these locations. And so we want to include our travel center, our truck stop employees in this army of eyes and ears that you were just talking about to really assist law enforcement. You know, if they can see some of this activity happening at their locations, they can let management or law enforcement or the hotline know and be able to assist that individual. And so, not only do we provide those training and resources for the drivers, but we have developed and created training and resources for truck stops and travel centers. So this could look like victim-centered posters that might be hanging up in bathrooms, and some of our listeners and drivers may have seen some of those out on the road. This could be training some of those employees that are working at registers, out at the pumps, working security who might be able to identify potential trafficking, or it could be other things as far as providing additional training and resources that can be visible for drivers that actually stop at those locations. And so we've realized that our partners within the truck stop industry, folks like Love's, Sap Brothers, Pilot Flying J, Travel Centers of America, have really been powerful allies in combating human trafficking. And so as an organization, we find value in providing and partnering with that particular sector within transportation. However, we're limited in size and capacity, and there's so many truck stops and travel centers out there. And so, as part of our work, we also work with various human trafficking task forces or community groups that combat human trafficking, because they can really be this kind of force multiplier and really kind of taking our work, taking our resources, and reaching those truck stops in various parts of our country that the TAT staff just doesn't have the ability to do. And so we really rely on the partnership, the friendship, and really kind of that force multiplier of our task forces and those that make up those community task forces to go out and reach the various trucking industries, the truck stops out there with TAT's information and resources.
There's something that I've always kind of admired deeply about what it is you guys are doing. If you guys dig into the website, by the way, tatnonprofit.org, if you dig in over there, you depend upon what a very famous American filmmaker calls an accumulation of quiet heroism. Is that you're not looking for big standoffs or confrontations or any of that. In the same way that the New York Police Department and the New York Fire Department in the aftermath of Katrina simply brought potable showers and donuts and coffee because they understood from 9/11 what it means just to have people there quietly doing the work behind the scenes. You guys aren't asking for big things. What you're asking for is a lot of small, tiny contributions that accumulate into a series of eyes and ears and voices that are out there both looking and speaking truth to where it is actually being and where it's happening, correct? That's really kind of the idea behind all of this, right?
Absolutely. Again, when we talk about the ask from our drivers, from our frontline workers, it's simply if you see something, say something. Our training and our resources talks about some of the specific things that those frontline workers and drivers can see, and just the next action steps that they can take in regards to notifying somebody, whether it be law enforcement, the National Human Trafficking Hotline, or management at that location. And so again, the ask isn't a lot. We don't ask for them to really get involved or confront anybody, but just to be vigilant, to be able to identify something that seems a little off, and just have the resources to reach out to notify something of what's going on.
You've brought a friend today to the show because and it's funny because we were just talking about this with Dennis Welch, the idea that you're only as good as your partners, that when we find the people that we want to work with in life, we are present with them in the moment and we continue to work with them because they see us for what we are and we see them for who they are. Well, would you care to do the introductions, Louis, for Scott?
Yeah, absolutely. So, as I'd mentioned here, a TAT is only as good as the drivers, as the transportation, as the trucking industry that we work with. And we are very thankful and grateful just for the amount of support and interest and buy-in from those within the transportation industry. And sometimes we have those that are in the transportation industry that kind of stand out above some of the others, those that we call our TAT champions, who have found different ways and been creative to really leverage their role and position within transportation to further our work in combating human trafficking. And so over the years, we've had the pleasure of working with Scott, both as a transportation leader, but also through his role with the Yellowstone Human Trafficking Task Force and the work and outreach they have done. So without further ado, I just want to introduce Scott onto the show, who's just been an excellent TAP partner over the years.
Hey, Scott, welcome aboard, by the way. It's good to have you. I wanted Louis to do that because I think it's so important that when you work with people that, you get a chance to say how great they are as opposed to me, who's just meeting you. And by the way, welcome to your first edition of TAT here on Road Gang Radio. It's great to have you.
Hey, thank you, Jimmy, and thank you for the introduction, Louis. It's an honor to share this time with both of you, especially on this subject.
Oh my God! And by the way, Scott, if you'd be so kind, can you kind of unpack your own background? Your own background in trucking. We can start with that. All of our friends out there are interested to hear that, and then we can make the transition and talk about how you first heard about TAT and what got you so deeply involved.
Sure. So I've been doing this a little while. This would be I'm approaching my 44th year in the transportation business. So 1981, I started with the Wagoneers Trucking here in Billings, Montana, and spent 10 years with them, growing up through the financial ranks through them. And then I transitioned over to a trailer manufacturer. I was with Beal. We were a tank manufacturer and also construction of dump trucks and other lines. And through Beal, I relocated to Portland, Oregon. I worked my way up from controller to executive VP and ownership. We sold that company to Wabash in 2013. I kind of worked a little bit with one of the buyers and helped on a merger acquisition with Advance Manufacturing up in Canada. And then I had an opportunity to come back to Billings. Back in 1981, I had met Mike Wilson at Wagoneers. He had started Whitewood Transportation in 1990. And so we had an opportunity to start talking that I'd like to get back to Montana for family reasons. We had always talked about being together and doing something together, and everything aligned that I was able to come back on. I thought it'd maybe be a 5-year gig before my retirement, and now we're coming up on 9 years and rolling into 10. So we're a small carrier. In Billings, Montana, specialized. We do over-dimensional freight. We've been featured on your programs in the past. We had the ATA Driver of the Year, Jim Self, in 2023.
Of course. Absolutely. Yep. Congratulations on that, by the way. That's as much of a reflection of you as anybody else. So well done.
Thank you. That's Jim was responsible for most of that, but he really is an industry champion. We called the National Christmas Tree was another honor, and being kind of in the specialized freight in a small state of Montana, we've done some really different things. Unabomber cabin to Sacramento area for the trial, some weird different things. So all of us involved in trucking know that there's always different things. There's peaks and valleys in your career, but those are a couple of the highlights that have been nice. I love the industry. It gets in your blood, and it's often we find companies or industries that can make a difference and can help. And trucking touches everybody's lives. So whether it's a shipper, a driver, organizations, we can all work together on a common goal.
I have to ask you a follow-up question to all of that before we make the pivot into TAT. It must be kind of nice when we often kind of move through our life from one destination to the next, realizing that we're trying to kind of figure out each goal as we kind of get there. Some people have these 20, 30, 40-year plans. Most of us kind of live in the moment of, I need to make a living. I need to find out what's next. In articulating what you just articulated, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? I mean, the movement of where you are today actually is a series of events that actually add up to who you are at this moment. How does it feel to kind of give people your life story and then to kind of realize, oh, wait, all of this kind of logically leads me to a place where I can give back?
When you start laying it out, it doesn't feel like that much time has passed by. But then you do look, it's like you're on a journey and you never know where that's going to lead. But I've always had a conviction to give back and to help. And I've always fortunately been around people that share that same desire, that same mindset. Being business owners or businesses themselves, they have a responsibility to their communities, to their employees, and then they have to be leaders. And I think that having organizations like TAT that can help mold and create programs for us, it's easy for us to step in and be that guiding light where they can't be.
It's an interesting point, because the thing is, you said it doesn't seem like there was ever how fast all of this has gone by. One of the things about the men, the women, the boys, the girls that we're going to be talking about today is their lives seem to be interminable. That when you're caught in the nightmare that these people are caught on, it just seems like it's never going to end, that each day seems like a century for them, because it just goes on and on and on. And it's almost kind of ironic that we are trying to help people get back to a life where it goes by in the blink of an eye, because they're loving it so much, because they're enjoying it so much, to get them back onto a place where life is going by quickly because there is nothing but joy inside of it. Talk about your pivot into this kind of work, about what it means to be, part of the Yellowstone Human Trafficking Task Force.
I go back to like 2012, 2013. I didn't know what human trafficking was. You were starting to hear the word. I always related it to more smuggling type activity. And Beal, we were a tanker manufacturer. I was approached by an FBI in Los Angeles. They had busted up a trafficking ring and had came to us to look at who could modify a tanker trailer into a rolling smuggling trafficking vehicle. They had, from the outside in and from the top down, it looked like it was hauling gasoline, but inside it was hauling humans. And working with them and trying to identify shops that could have done that kind of work through Western U.S. or even into Mexico, they really opened my eyes on what was happening to these women as they were brought into the United States. It wasn't just getting them across the border so they could work. They were actually enslaved. So time passes by, and in 2016, I went to a motor carrier, Montana Trucking Association event that TAT was at. And I wasn't expecting my life really to change much, but I met a survivor. And between her presentation and a conversation afterwards, I said, I have to be involved. This is an area that's affecting my hometown where I was born and raised. What can I do to help make a difference? And then I was fortunate enough that Kyla Lanier from TAT took the time on her next trip to Billings to meet me personally, have dinner, and discuss what we can do. At that time, she had another survivor with her. And I said, hey, I'm committed. Tell me how I can help. Tell me how I can help financially. And we just kind of laid out a plan. And she had introduced or recommended I contact the Yellowstone Human Trafficking Task Force. They were in the beginning stages of defining what their mission was. So in 2017, I joined the task force. We weren't even a nonprofit yet. And I became chair of the Awareness and Community Prevention and Awareness Committee, and we started with TAT doing public events. So that was kind of the pivot point. It was probably from the survivor victim side that got me excited. I'd served on boards before, I had done things, but I felt I could be boots on the ground, and I could work with the people affected and see the change we could bring to their lives.
You had mentioned, and so has Louis. You both have mentioned the idea that it's not just drivers; that there's an interconnectedness to all of this stuff. And two things occur to me. You brought this up, that one of the other things that trucking and transportation bring to the conversation is that you can help TAT by showing them how the bad guys can do stuff, that your in-depth knowledge of how the transportation industry works, how logistics work, how the supply chain functions, the people who are out there doing the dastardly deed actually have to have expertise in this. And if you're going to be able to spot that, you're going to need people who know how to move cargo, even if it is in fact human cargo. The second thing you made me realize too, is that a supply chain needs bodies, and that a lot of the people who are making that supply chain work for them are in fact the very same people who are being trafficked. It is literally, I've always said, if the joke about the American South in 1860 was it had the fastest growing economy in the world because it didn't have to pay for its labor. So you are uniquely positioned to be able to spot both the use of human beings in moving illicit cargo and how they are moved, correct?
Correct.
And it just makes a big difference. I mean, and talk about how you guys, now that you've gotten, that you've defined the mission, what that mission looks like.
So things that I'll keep it at our task force level. I'm proud of the work we've done. We have our founders, our driving forces. Our task force has really divided into like almost 4 unique divisions, where we have a legislative arm, we have a law enforcement arm, victim services, and then community prevention and awareness. And we have moved major legislation through our last 2 sessions here in Montana. It's now a felony to solicit prostitution. We've increased the time if you're caught trafficking a minor, it's a 100-year minimum sentence. So we're some of the first states to really bring better wording to trafficking, because it's very hard to convict on force and coercion. So they've been able to introduce language that helps get convictions. Then the John's Law, as far as you want to solicit prostitution and take advantage of these women or men that are enslaved, you're going to be charged with a felony. It's just not an embarrassment misdemeanor anymore. Our task force also took on the massage business. When I came back to my hometown, I was shocked to see that 15 illicit massage parlors were listed on websites and reviews. And the thing that really got under my skin on those was the majority advertised truck parking. And I thought, why is that your focus on your marketing? Leave our industry alone. There's a lot just because you have some acreage doesn't mean it's for a trucker. So we were able to change city ordinances and some laws there that we've really shut down the illicit massage business in our area. We'd like to spread that a little more, but it's a tough fight, and you have to have committed people to that fight.
And the other problem is, too, and I'm going to be really honest, I have a little bit of a background in law enforcement, that's a tough racket to fight because there are people in that fight on the other side who exist between both worlds, and sometimes have people who exist clearly on the other side of the line who are fighting you tooth and nail for that. There's some things that are easy to go into combat against these guys on, and that's one of the toughest areas to kind of fight, and that's why developing good relationships with law enforcement and the legislative aspect of this is so important. I want to kind of go back through that really quickly, by the way, Scott, because that's really a great approach. You want to make sure that you have contacts in the state legislature. You want to make sure you have good relationships with law enforcement, and the other key component is making sure that the community is aware. So it is both a legal aspect, a relationship aspect, and a public awareness aspect, and you're trying to make all 3 of those things work simultaneously. That's really the mission of what you guys are doing, right?
That's absolutely correct. And it takes all of those, otherwise it's a useless approach. So we've got to get convictions. We have to make it safer for everybody. We have to support the victim when the opportunity is there, and we also have to educate the community. A lot of people don't think that happens in their town, but it's happening everywhere.
Really quickly, too, I want to point out the fact that each state, each community has its own geographical drawbacks, but it also has advantages in the sense that when we're dealing with big cities, large communities, impacted in condensed spaces, while we have more resources sometimes, we also have the ability of people to kind of what I call disappear into the maddening crowd. One of the opportunities that the great West of America presents is you guys have a lot of space in which you can see things moving to other places, so that you have a much clearer view. It does present problems when you're wide open that people can get very far away, but do you find that you guys are uniquely positioned, given your openness, to kind of stop things en route, that you guys get a lot of pass-through? And I'm asking a genuine question. I'm not answering it for myself.
But
go ahead.
We do get a lot of pass-through. Our FBI, in coordination with the Department of Justice, has run a lot of sting operations, phony websites, set up a date. And still, with the work we've tried to do in the trucking, it's a lot of over-the-road truckers that have been arrested in those stings. I've helped both law enforcement, come to me and say, how do I talk like a trucker? If I'm going to go meet this guy at a way station, what are the words? What's an RGN mean, or what's a step that? Just some of the lingo, so they sound educated, they sound like another trucker, but that vastness and that openness and the spread through is also our problem.
Right.
We have 4 or 5 agents trying to cover Montana.
It's a real issue. By the way, we're going to run out of time here. I can't tell you, Scott, how much we appreciate Jim, how much we appreciate Louis bringing you in here. I almost called Louis my name. Louis, before we get out of here, I want you to take a moment here to kind of let people know, what truck stop resources TAT has and how how valuable task forces are to kind of work with TAT in local communities, because he's really kind of outlined this beautifully, hasn't he? Louis, do I got you? Have I lost you? Have I lost Louis? Well, Scott, we can actually wrap it up, you and I, by the way. What's your next big project? What you working on next? Scott, do I have you? I think I lost both Scott and Louis. Can you guys, let me just ask my friends out there and on YouTube, can you guys hear me, or have I lost everybody? Am I just a gone pecan here? It was fascinating. By the way, absolutely compelling stuff going on there. By the way, guys, Robert Braswell is going to be coming up next. I want to make sure, though, that we haven't lost our friends over there from TAT. Maybe they can hear me, maybe they can't. But I do want to tell you guys to go to tatnonprofit.org. Check them out there, by the way. For those of you who are just joining us, our good friend Louis Greek, training specialist over at TAT, have just joined us. Scott Koch, Whitewood Transportation, Yellowstone Human Trafficking Task Force. Good to have him on board. Boy, he is doing the Lord's work here. I got him back?
I think so.
Hey, man.
I'm back.
Scott, are you there?
Yep. I am.
All right. Want to make sure. Do I got a Louis?
You sure do.
Oh,
Yep.
Sorry about that, guys. We just lost you for a minute. Louis, I wanted you to kind of wrap up the segment for us. By the way, Scott, terrific job, by the way. That is compelling stuff you guys are up to over there, and I can't thank you enough for making the time. But I want to give Louis the last word. Tell our listeners where they can go and tell them what task force like these mean.
Yeah. So, Jimmy, our drivers, our listeners, and our truck stop employees, they can go to tatnonprofit.org, hit one of those tabs there, find their industry sector, and learn more about human trafficking and what they can do, the red flag indicators, and who they can call and how they can respond. I also do want to mention that every year we are looking to award a caller, a driver, a frontline worker who's made a call on behalf of a potential victim. So we call it our Harriet Tubman Award. So if there's listeners out there that have made a call on potential human trafficking, let us know. We'd like to recognize you. And then in final closing, again, I just want to thank Scott. He mentioned about leaders. We were having a conversation about leaders within the industry. It is important to have those transportation leaders on community human trafficking task forces to give their perspective and their view and from the transportation side. So there are a number of different community task forces, groups throughout the country. TAT would be glad to help anybody that wants to get involved. There is a place for everybody to really join in this fight. So I appreciate your time, Jimmy, and I really appreciate Scott for being such a TAT champion over the years.
I can't thank you both enough. And by the way, I'm going to say it again, guys, this trifecta approach of legislative, law enforcement, and community awareness seems like the way to go. It is a terrific model. Thank you both so much. Have the best of days and continue doing Harriet Tubman and the Lord's work. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Take care.
tatnonprofit.org, guys. It's too important not to get involved in this. And it doesn't take a lot. It just takes being aware. A couple of our friends actually made some great comments over on the conversation on the 2BU. We'll be right back with the Braz. Robert Braswell is coming up here, and Jane Jezraoui is going to follow that.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jez Rowley.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Oh, we're back, hour 2. This is Road Gang Radio, live at the Passport Studios with good old Jimmy Mack. Take it away, sir.
Mr. Dre. And guys, let me give you a little inside baseball about programming. If you noticed, Phone Master Dre did not do the introductions at the bottom of the other half hour when we brought in Tat. By the way, we are not tonally deaf here. If you noticed, one of the things that Andre does is he comes on full of energy and full of life. We wanted to make sure he made that call. He said, I think you should do the Tat introduction. That's the kind of stuff we have to do on a regular basis here. We're kind of making things up as we go along, figuring out this new format. One of the things we are so grateful for is that our former partners are now our current partners and have continued to move down the road with us. And sometimes they come in the form of the Braz. Robert Braswell, the executive director of ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, is joining us again for the longest running segment on RadioNemo. And by the way, I told you we're working out that new technology, and we are thrilled to have him in what is his normal form has been restored here at Road Gang Radio. Good morning to you, Robert. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Jimmy Mack. How about yourself?
I can't complain. And brother, you sound like you are right across the table from me. We got that field tap, that field tap working, and you sound crystal clear. Not that you didn't sound great before, but crystal clear. The other thing I want to point out to our listeners before I give it over to Robert is the fact that a lot of what Robert talks about is what they call evergreen content, meaning this is the kind of content that, other than upgrades in the industry's technologies, a lot of this stuff can be listened to over the course of the year. Tara is slowly building him a playlist over on the YouTube channel. If, in fact, you've missed any of these, this is one of the great ones to revisit because it gives you all kinds of great tips, all kinds of great recommendations for moving forward in regards to all things tech and all things talk around tech. Robert, welcome. It's good to have you.
Great to be back here, Jimmy Mack. And you're right. The topics we deal with are evergreen. They're very much appropriate for just about anybody who's operating a commercial vehicle. And today, one of the most important topics is going to be discussed on our program, and that is air system maintenance. So we're going to be talking about facts and falsehoods associated with air system maintenance. There are so many good reasons why you want to make sure that your rig has clean, dry air in its pneumatic system, most especially because you want your air brakes to work when they should, when you need them. But there are misconceptions out there about what is the right thing to do when it comes to air system maintenance and inspection. And joining us on the program today is Brian Screeton, who's Manager, Technical Training and Service for Bendix Commercial Vehicle Systems. Brian is an active member of the Technology and Maintenance Council. He's in our S6 Chassis and Brake Systems Study Group and our Technician and Educator Committee. He's chaired several brake-related skill stations in our TMC SuperTech National Technician Skills Competition, for many, many years. And we're very pleased he can join us on the program to talk about something that's near and dear to his heart. But before we get started, as you know, each week we like to make a special offer available to our listeners. This week it's our TMC's PMI manual for technicians. That's a preventive maintenance inspection manual for technicians. We're offering it for the special price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. To order it, you can call our customer service line toll free at 1-866-821-3468. Just mention RadioNemo.com. You can get it for that special price. And even more importantly, if you're an owner-operator or a small fleet, you've got 100 or fewer power units, we would love to have you as a member of TMC. You can join us for the discounted annual dues of just $150. Do that today. You're going to get our 2-volume recommended practices manual and many, many other good benefits too. So call that same toll-free number if you're interested in signing up. And as always, at the top of the program, we remind our listeners that any recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed on the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinions of his or her company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, please welcome to the show this morning, Brian Screeton. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning.
Brian, it's really great to have you on the program here. Kind of the genesis of this program sort of stemmed from our 2025 annual meeting back in March in Nashville, where we had a technical session on air system maintenance. And I thought there was just a lot of good facts out there that maybe our listening audience just isn't aware of. But before we talk about the air system maintenance facts and falsehoods, let's just talk for a few minutes about what are the main components that make up your air system on a commercial vehicle, a class 7 and 8 combination vehicle, your air compressor, air dryer, etc. So can you detail that for us a little bit?
Yeah, so the air system, you have your charging system, the charging part of it, where the compressor is going to take air from the atmosphere, any moisture that would be present in that air as well, and it's going to compress that and put it through the air dryer, and the air dryer's job is to of course remove moisture and contamination from the system before it sends that air to the reservoirs as well. And then once that, the reservoir is the storage place, and that's where when you operate the air brakes or the air brake system, that's where the air that goes to, at the end of the chambers through all the valves and everything else to stop that vehicle.
And, all the components are very important. They're matched to your system when it's spec'd or leaves the factory. You got to be really careful about things. For example, when you replace a valve, you got to make sure that crack pressure is correct for the valve that you're replacing. Otherwise, you may have some timing issues when it comes to the application of your brakes, right?
Yeah, so that's very important. Crack pressure, that's the minute adjustment of each valve. And that can lead to a whole lot of other things like abnormal brake wear, front to rear, in the worst cases, stability issues. But the whole system is built, even the electronics, when we talk about stability and stuff like that, is still built on that pneumatic system, and it needs to perform properly for everything to work.
If we had a lot more time, we could talk about some really cool technical stuff like valve hysteresis, but we're going to take that for another show. But let's just kind of focus on some of the main things I think the listeners ought to know about when it comes to, maintaining your air system. So one of the things that I'm sure a lot of people hear is that, we know it's important to make sure you have clean, dry air. That's why I have to drain my wet tanks every day when I do my pre-chip, right?
Well, not necessarily. Draining your tanks every day also gives the opportunity for the system. If you start in the morning from a flat system, especially with a trailer, that long period of time to fill the system also is an opportunity to saturate or bring a lot of moisture into the air system as well, and it can have a detrimental effect to the dryer. So based on the application, it's what we recommend draining your system. Like, so for standard line haul, every 3 months. For medium duty, which is more duty cycle every 2 months, and for high duty cycle, every month. And that's the reason we don't recommend daily tank drains, is because of that saturation factor that can happen when you start the vehicle from a flat system.
And that matches the TMC recommendations for when you should drain your air tanks, which is about 900 hours, or as you said, every 3 months. So it's kind of it's a myth there. You should be draining that wet tank every day. And when you're doing that, you're actually kind of like, doing the system a little bit of harm, because you're actually drawing moisture into the system when what you're trying to do is prevent moisture from contaminating the system. It's kind of non-intuitive, isn't it?
Right, and it's mainly because when the system is charging, that's when the air running through the dryer is running through the desiccant, and it's trying to remove that air. So if you start it up from a flat system, that extends that period out, and that desiccant can only saturate or collect so much moisture until the purge cycle. So that's why from a flat system, that's when it's more prevalent for that to happen.
So this is why speccing is so important. So let's say, if normal line haul operation, how much air system compressor on time is normal? 5%, 10%? And in asking that question, it's that, the more that compressor is running, the more opportunity is for drawing air, probably through the engine air intake system, right? and that's where you're going to get maybe contaminants and water and moisture and into the system and causing damage. And that desiccant, if you don't spec that air dryer properly for the application you're using, you could be either working it too hard, or maybe you've got the wrong air dryer, you're not working it enough.
Right. So the compressor and the dryer, they both need to be spec properly for the system. We only want that compressor running, actually pumping air, 25% of the whole total run time. Anything more than that is going to overwork the compressor, cause heat issues, things like that. And of course, like you said, the dryer, there's different dryers out there for different applications. Sometimes systems need more than one dryer, depending on the application. So it does definitely need spec'd for the vocation or what they're expecting from that vehicle.
I would think if that air compressor is running too much, you probably could introduce higher oil consumption, right?
Yes, that is another sign of an overworked compressor, is oil passing. Now, keep in mind, all compressors pass oil. They have to, to maintain, lubricate the rings of the compressor and things like that. But, the system's designed to handle, that amount of oil. But anything more than that, that's when you run into trouble.
So if you're outside of the parameters we're talking about here, maybe it's one of two things. You need to pay a little more attention to your maintenance, or maybe when you're speccing your vehicle, work with your vendor, your OEM, a little bit more closely to make sure you're matching up the specs with the vocation that you're actually in, right?
Correct. And that goes with a lot of these vehicles, they get sold for one vocation, and in their second life they're doing something totally different. So you need to keep that in mind. When you're buying a used vehicle, it may need some modifications to do what you need it to do. Right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. If the vehicle was spec'd for line haul, but now you're in like on-off highway or logging or something like that, it probably needs to be either respec'd or upgraded, or maybe it's just the wrong vehicle for the application. Very good point. Let's move on a little bit. We've been talking about, should you drain your air tanks daily? Well, the answer is probably not. You probably should do that every 3 months, every 900 hours, maybe, depending on your application, maybe more frequently, depending on your vocation. But here's another thing that we hear a lot out there. Let's say it's winter time and we're worried about, the air system freezing up. I'm just going to dump some alcohol in there, right? That's going to take care of the problem.
Well, that is a short-term solution to a larger problem. If there's a reason that you would want to put an alcohol-based product into your air system, that's a sign that something maintenance is lacking somewhere else. The best way to remove, or if you have water or a lot of moisture in the system, is a properly maintained air dryer.
So what's the alcohol doing to get you going? It's basically removing it's unfreezing the moisture that's in the system that's freezing it up, right? But it's also doing something else, and that's not good.
Right. So, the alcohol just basically lowers, like antifreeze does in a cooling system. It doesn't freeze at 32 anymore, but the moisture's still in there. But that alcohol-based product, all the valves in the system, they require lubrication. They all have rubber roll ring components, things like that. And alcohol is not a friend to any of that. It'll remove the lubrication from the components in the air system. And then we talked earlier about crack pressure. When you remove the lubrication or you compromise the integrity of the O-rings and things like that in the valves, that can also mess with things like crack pressure in the valve, having functioning properly, and cause a whole host of other issues.
Well, so the recommendation is not to use alcohol for airline antifreeze. So what am I supposed to do when it gets cold out?
Well, when it gets cold out, first of all, be prepared. Usually before winter hits is when you're a time when you need to take a good look at your air system, look at your maintenance. When was the last time the air dryer was serviced? Get it ready for that cold weather before it gets here. But, when it gets here, you can do some things like to help prevent, being shut down because of water. Like when you shut your vehicle off, there's the air system will be either charging or in its purge mode. It's best to shut the vehicle off when it's still charging before it gets to the air dryer purges. And that way, when you start the vehicle up in the morning, it will be pumping air. And if there is any moisture in there, it has a better chance of thawing due to the heat of the engine and stuff like that. And it may not put you out of service or delay your departure because of that water that's in there.
So when your ambient temperatures are going to be below freezing, you want to fan the air brake system down to just below the system cut-in pressure, right?
Correct.
And I guess when you're doing that with the engine off, you're still at operating temperature. That's going to allow the compressor in the dryer to be in its what they call charge mode on engine startup. So that's going to minimize the potential for the components to be frozen in the unloaded mode until that air dryer heater that you have, hopefully you have that spec'd on there, and your powertrain heat allows the units to reach normal operating temperature. That's kind of the strategy you want to use, as opposed to after the fact dumping antifreeze into the system, which doesn't get rid of the root problem, which is the moisture in there to begin with.
Correct.
That's good advice. I think that's another very common myth out there that people hold, is they think they can, they can get out of a problem by adding the alcohol. And look, it does work temporarily. You're not disputing that. It's just you're doing damage to the system long term. Really good advice there. Let's move on. Let's talk about another issue. And let's talk about how important it is to protect your towing connections on all the towing vehicles in your combination vehicle unit.
Yeah, that's a problem that's been, there's many, I guess, partial solutions or, workarounds, but the best way to protect those connections is to park those connections. So, on the tractor, there's going to be a place to put those glad hands and park them. When you're talking about doubles, triples, things like that, dollies, there should be a place to park those connections and hopefully close them. And that contamination, it really affects trailers. Worst of all, we get I have seen a lot of spring brake valves. When you have open connections and water and contamination, bugs, mud daubers, things like that, they love to find those nooks and crannies.
Oh, you betcha.
And infiltrate the system. And as soon as you close that connection and charge it, it just pushes all that contamination right into the trailer air system. Typically trailers don't have a means to evacuate that, like the truck has a dryer. So that just goes in the system and can wreak havoc. So, the best way is to close that connection. And even there's glad hand seals. Some have screens, or sometimes you'll see, it looks like you're cutting a piece of pie and there'll be like little flaps in there. All of that is good and fine until, those little flaps break and then they become a contaminant, or those screens over time, they can cause a restriction in the system as well. So it just goes back to the best way to prevent all that is to park that glad hand connection and basically close it off.
Yeah, and that's going to protect against any kind of foreign airborne contaminants from road debris, or like you said, even the degradation of components that are supposed to help protect the air system itself. Hadn't thought about that one. That's a really good point. And of course the weather elements. So yeah, don't let those air systems stay open. Don't let them be dragging down the road or whatever. Really important to make sure all that's taken care of. And it's going to extend the life of your components anyway. The glad hands themselves, because nobody wants to be replacing glad hands all the time. So park them like you're supposed to. Now let's talk a little bit about something called false parking.
Yeah. So there's when you have when you park that glad hand, it also needs to be able to breathe. which means, when you park it, there'll be a small hole in the component or the where you park it at. So it allows air to escape. So if the button does get pushed, you're not inadvertently false parking or trapping pressure in the trailer service line. And this will cause an unintentional release of the trailer park brake. So just remember, when you do park them, it still needs to be vented, but we need to, but there needs to be a way for that pressure to escape so the park brakes can apply properly.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Brian Screeton here with Bendix. We're talking about air system maintenance, facts and falsehoods. Brian, let's move on to sources of air brake contamination. There's a lot of opportunity for air brake contamination when it comes to the tractor itself, right? What are some of the different things we should look out for when it comes to that?
So you're going to need to start where the compressor draws its air in from the atmosphere. That's can be various things. There's typically how it's done is the air is drawn through the engine air cleaner after the fact, between the air filter and the turbo. The air filter maintenance on the engine is going to have a direct effect on the quality of the air that's being put into your air system. Some systems may have a dedicated or a standalone filter. It's not super common today on most power units, but filtering that air before it goes in the system is going to be your first line of defense on keeping contamination out. Another thing to look at is, if that's how the system gets its air pressure or its clean air, those air filters, not only the filter, but also you got to make sure that the drains on the air filter housing are open and allow moisture and water to exit that housing so they don't collect. That can also be a source of water getting into the air system as well.
Yeah, it's one of the things people don't think about so much, I think, is the air filter for the engine itself having an impact on the air system. You don't really think about where does that air come from? And what comes from the air breather. Boy, I'm glad we don't use oil bath air breather systems anymore. Think about the contamination you could have got there. At least it's dry on that end. But it's funny you talk about air filters. Let's just talk about that for a second. It's kind of a balance there, right? Because we usually tell folks you should change air filters based on restriction, as opposed to, let's say, in a set time or mileage, because you might not be getting the economic value out of that air filter. And more importantly, that air filter, when it's new, that's probably when it's working the most efficiently, because you get a lot of contaminants going through a clean air filter, right? When it gets dirty, it actually does a better job of filtering. So there is a balance to consider there, isn't it? You don't want the restriction to be too much, but you don't want it to be too little either, because that's where those contaminants could come in. You could be putting a new air filter in, and you actually may be introducing more contaminants than you thought you were going to, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. And it is, when you change an air filter, it is more than just popping the old one out, putting a new one in. Look in the housing, make sure when you took it out, contaminants didn't fall into the clean side of the intake, things like that. Yeah. So you're right.
Improper repair. That's another area where we can see contamination. I know we have a number of recommended practices that talk about that. One of the things technicians like to do, I've used it, liquid sealant. Liquid sealant is so good, right? I mean, it solves so many problems for you. But you might be causing a problem a little bit further downstream.
Right. So that the liquid sealant, I had an instructor one time tell me, a little dab will do you. You don't want to overdo when you use that. In fact, we recommend using when you use liquid sealant, make sure you don't overdo it. And Teflon tape as well. We don't recommend that because we've seen a lot of that. If you use too much of it, some of it get in the air system and cause valves not to seal. But, liquid sealant, you just don't need to use the whole tube, when you're sealing one fitting. Just a little dab will do.
Yeah, a lot of times they say you should use just enough liquid sealant to create a little bit of a ring around the end of the threads when it's tight. And like you say, more is not better in this case. Also with Teflon tape, a lot of folks, they don't use Teflon tape at all because there is a much greater risk of you damaging the ports if that Teflon somehow, gets into the air line, and that's really going to cause more trouble than good.
Right. Correct. And some other areas, you can get contamination is, internally, sometimes components, air tanks, when air tanks, especially the steel ones, they can rust internally. The air tank could look brand new on the outside, but on the inside, they can start to get rusty. So when you do drain your tanks, if you start to see rusty water or rust flakes coming out, you may have an air tank problem as well. And that's going to proliferate through the whole system.
Yeah, it's not obvious because you necessarily can't see it. So you really have to be mindful of that too. Absolutely. And of course, the contaminants can cause chaos with every single piece of the system: the compressor, the dryer, the valves, the seals, the analog braking system modulators, right? All the way down the system. And that's important because why is my ABS not working? Well, maybe it's because of contamination due to poor air system maintenance. We don't really think about the analog braking system, but that's so vital. It's all tied together.
Yes, correct.
Any final thoughts on some of the things that we've talked about today in terms of things that, drivers and fleets should consider when, try to do a better job of maintaining their air systems, or maybe even speccing their air systems a little bit better than perhaps they had been?
With air systems and brakes in general, it's a very vocational based spec. So, trucks are not a one size fit all, product. They're purpose built in most cases for specific jobs. And when you're speccing a truck, or you're even looking for a used truck, you really have to scrutinize what are you buying, what are you going to do with it is the biggest question, and make sure the truck is up to that task, spec wise.
Yeah,
good. I was just going to say, and I know some of the things maybe we said are counterintuitive to what maybe like drain your tanks every day, but it is something that is recommended, that you don't drain them every day, because that also helps your compressor life, and also your dryer life as well.
I think the other thing too is that you should realize that the dolly, if you're in doubles, triples operations, and of course the trailer, they're important too. You just can't ignore them. And in fact, the trailer really, if you think about it, it's essentially an add-on air accessory to the tractor. And it can't do much about anything that runs downhill that it encounters. So it's so important to make sure that the tractor is spec'd properly, running properly, maintained properly. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of different problems back there. And, and that tractor trailer connection, that's the easiest place for the contamination to enter the trailer air system. So put a lot of focus there. And as we've talked about, the highest risk, it's when the trailers are disconnected and parked. So in order to prevent that, you want to make sure that the contamination doesn't enter the system while it's parked. You want to put as many barriers as possible between those elements and the air system of the tractor. And we've talked about ways of doing that, parking the glad hands, maybe seals, protective flaps. But all of that really needs to be done in order to make sure that your vehicle is operating properly as it goes down the road. Final thoughts before we have to break for the segment.
Yeah, I really appreciate you having me on the show. I've enjoyed it, and hopefully I can help some people out there.
We certainly had enjoyed you, and a little bit of a shout out for the work that you do with the TMC SuperTech competition. You've been doing the TMC competition for many years. I think you really enjoy doing those ABS and brake system skill stations. Any thoughts about the work that's been done there and the good that we're doing in the industry for doing those kind of skill stations?
Yeah, I do. I look forward to that every year. I really think it's a challenging and rewarding experience for technicians. I highly encourage technicians to, embrace it and compete. So it's rewarding for me and the technician. So I highly encourage it, and I'm really looking forward to it this year as well.
Well, that's about all the time we have for Tech Talk with TMC. We've been listening to Brian Screeton talk about air system maintenance, facts, and falsehoods. Next week on Tech Talk with TMC, we're going to be having our own Jack Legler at the Technology Maintenance Council talking about a new recommended practice on when to keep, trade, or sell a truck. I think a lot of folks that are listening on us are going to be really, really interested in tuning into that one. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Jimmy Mack in New Orleans.
Thank you very much, Robert. Always good having you on. And really quickly, I'm going to extend the invitation again to you and everybody else out there. We'd love to see you on July 23rd for the official ribbon cutting ceremony over here at the Fastport Studios, my friend. By the way, keep up the great work, and I'm glad we're finally getting a real kind of archive of all of this great content. More of it to come pretty soon. Thank you, Robert, for everything.
Thank you, Jimmy Mack.
We're going to be back on the other side. Speaking of long-running segments, this one hasn't been running as long, but it's been consistent, and boy, Jane Jezraoui and Carrier's Edge have made a big difference for Education Station. She's going to be joining me next. We will open the phones. The topic is anxiety disorders in regards to education. Makes a big difference. We'll be right back.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
We're back with more Road Gang Radio, streaming live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, and RoadGangRadio.com. Jimmy Mack's back in the driver's seat. And one last thing, Jimmy. Yes, Jane, I do more than just make coffees.
He does do that. He does a whole hell of a lot more than just make coffee. By the way, Phone Master Dre and I were oh, come on. By the way, Jane, you could not have joined us on a better day. Yesterday, as you probably well know, we actually had a wonderful psychologist join us yesterday. Dr. Naomi Friedberg joined us, and we talked about anxiety disorders in particular, which sets this up really, really nicely. It's also great that you join us on Beyond the Horizon Day. The Call of the Horizon Day, its origins are unclear. The holiday has reportedly been celebrated since 2011. Regardless, the horizon has always symbolized dreams, hopes, and opportunities in stories and movies since time immemorial because of its beauty and its vastness. And education, by the way, is one of the great horizons, and we talk a lot about it on Education Station. It is brought to you by Carrier's Edge, one of our best partners in the whole wide world. I'm going to keep on pressuring you and that guy of yours to get your butt down here for July 23rd and join us for that ribbon cutting ceremony down here in the city of New Orleans. We'd love to see you, Jane. Think about it.
I know. Okay.
Because I got to tell you, man, there's so many things that are right up your alley. And if anybody brings instruments, Jane, Mark, if anybody brings instruments, they will actually be joining a band that actually is set up to actually fold people in. That's what they do. It's one of their bags. It's 4 women vocalists with a couple of backups who are just hoping other people jump in and join the fun. So, you know, if you can get over your anxiety disorder, maybe you'll get up there on the porch at the Degas house and be part of the action. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm just looking up what Call of the Horizon Day is.
It's pretty cool, huh?
That's very, yeah.
And I actually think it relates perfectly to what we're kind of talking about here today, because one of the things about focusing on the horizon, it often focuses us to breathe, and breathing is often the best way around test and performance anxiety.
All right. Yes. Well, you were talking to... I was listening to one of your the previous episodes where you were talking to Andrew Byther, and the director and owner of Advanced Career Education, and there was a couple of things that you were talking about that kind of struck me, and one of them was test and performance anxiety, and it's we talk about, and you were talking about like learning disorders and anxiety and that kind of thing. And a lot of people tend to think of that as only in kids, that kids are the only ones who have test anxiety and have learning disorders and that kind of thing. But really, it's pretty much, if you have test anxiety, you just have test anxiety, and you probably have it for your entire life. And so and I wasn't really thinking about it before until I was listening to the episode about how many people have test anxiety just on doing like regular online learning tests, or doing, stopping at a weigh station, or, talking to an inspector, or doing the CDL test. So there's a lot of opportunities for performance anxiety to show up.
Jane, I'm going to tell you this right now. When I got your notes, and comprehensive as they were, it got me so excited thinking about this, because everybody has the dream where they're back in high school. And, Dean Croak and I talk a lot about lucid dreaming. We talk about, people don't enjoy sleep. Many people who simply enjoy sleep either when they're exhausted or not at all. And the idea that, a lot of people don't look forward to sleeping in a way that they should. One of the great things about sleeping is that you actually, if you actively understand the enjoyment of sleep, you can then begin the process of what they call lucid dreaming. Guys, I'm not talking woo here. This is a real thing, because we're often confronted in dreams with our anxieties, and one of the opportunities we get in lucid dreaming is to reenact. I can't tell you the number of times I've had a dream about being back in high school, and it used to fill me with terrible anxiety, and now I'm like, wait a minute, this isn't happening. I'm actually getting a chance to kind of play through these anxieties and maybe make a better outcome for when I actually get a chance to wake up. And I just kind of wanted to unpack this before getting to all the stuff that you have to say, look, what ends up happening a lot of times is people don't understand this, is that they spend so much of their formative language learning, emotional skill, soft skill learning years in school, that the mechanisms of which school is kind of enacted, tests, reviews, people actually instructing you, fill us with an anxiety that actually is based on a reality that no longer exists. The famous question, wait a minute, will I be tested on this? And to suddenly realize that you now are in control of the rules as a full-grown adult is something that prevents people who normally have anxiety from getting it, to say, wait a minute, the rules are different. I'm not going to get sent to the principal's office here. I just need to calm down, take a breath, focus on what's being asked, and figure out what I do and don't know. Am I making any sense here? I kind of wanted to set up what you wanted to talk about, but does that make sense? That I think a lot of people get triggered by the mechanisms of being 14 again and forget the fact that they're 35 to 45, sometimes even 50 years old, and maybe it's time for a new paradigm in dealing with being tested on the side of the road or in a weigh station or in the office by your boss.
I think you're right. I think that as an adult, you have more control over your responses, but maybe not. Like some people don't. Like some people do, and it really depends on, where you've put your brain and where you're focusing and whether you have that self-knowledge about it. But I think that stress and that anxiety is really real when you're doing something that you think you're going to fail at. I think it's more the fear of failure than it is the fear of the test itself. It's what's going to, you picture in your head how it's going to be when you fail. Like you assume failure when you're doing this. And there are people who are, and I think there are people who really are put a lot on themselves and really believe that that they can't fail, that failure is not an option. And that can be very, very, it's just a lot of pressure. And that anxiety comes out of the pressure that, even just having this phone call with you, can be anxiety. Am I screwing this up? Am I doing what I want to do? So that anxiety is there. And testing it, because it is something that you do when you're a kid, is one of those things that's very easy to have trigger something.
I'll tell you this, Jane, and by the way, Dre will back me up. One of the things I tell him before we hit the air, about 4 or 5 minutes, I tell his people all the time, I said, we are going to screw this up. We are going to make a complete mess of this. This is going to come off the rails. This is going to be an absolute disaster. So what we have to do is basically behave like Phil Mickelson and Arnold Palmer at every golf match is. We're going to end up in the rough. It's how we go about getting out of it that's going to kind of determine who we are as people. And I, we're talking about this moment from Game of Thrones where he says, I tried and I failed. And he goes, well, you have to clean up the shit as long as you can and fail again. I mean, Beckett's great axiom, what is it? Try, fail, try better, fail again, try better.
Yes.
And I think that we need, failure is not an option, is what you tell yourself when you have 3 astronauts floating in space around the dark side of the moon and you're not sure if they're going to come back. It's not the same thing as moment-to-moment failure. And I think that sort of performance anxiety becomes debilitating, and more importantly, it becomes paralyzing, which means we can't do anything. And then people start doing my least favorite thing is they stop trying, because if I didn't try, did I really fail? It becomes this really awful strategy of, well, I didn't give it my all, so it doesn't really count. And people start doing that. They're afraid of doing their best and their best not being good enough. Sorry, this stuff gets me really excited. I do want you to talk about, by the way, the difference between book tests and performance tests, and there's a lot of symptoms you dig into as well, too. But take it anywhere you want.
Well, okay. Well, there are... So what I think is interesting, and this is what Andrew Byther was saying, was that there are some people who have no problem doing book tests. So, you do your regular studying and you sit and write a test, and that's fine. But then when they get to the practical test, so when they're behind the wheel, when they're doing their CDL test, that's when everything starts seizing up. That's when the performance anxiety gets really, really bad. And there are people who have it the other way around, who cannot for the life of them do a regular book test, but have no problem, will sail through anything that is hands-on. So a CDL test, not a problem. So, and usually those tests, there's usually 2 parts to it. There's usually a hands-on component, and there's usually a written component. So you kind of can't get away from it. So if you're bad at one or the other, or you feel like you're bad at one or the other, then, it's kind of that anxiety is there. And what I think is interesting is when you're an adult, and even when you're a kid, but people have very interesting responses to this. There are people who will just avoid it. And if they think that they're not going to do well, they're like, well, this is the reason that I can't do it. And they will think of a completely different reason for not doing the test or not doing whatever it is that they're supposed to do that has nothing to do with the fact that they're just scared.
Intellectual jujitsu. Intellectual jujitsu is what I call it, where I justify.
Adults are great.
Yeah.
Adults are amazing at this because they don't have to do anything. When you're a kid in school, you kind of have to be there. And if you're not there, then there's a lot of concern. But when people start doing this as an adult, they can do it. It's allowed. You can escape. You can flee, and then it becomes a kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy that you never get anywhere because you don't actually do anything, because you're constantly telling yourself why you don't have to do it or why it's not going to work anyway, so why bother, and all of that.
Why bother? Why bother is a big one. And the other one, by the way, so why bother is a big one. Here's the other big one. I don't know if you're going to cover this one, was as soon as I have blank, I'll be able to do it. As soon as you give me this, well, I can't do it yet because I don't have that. Well, I don't have this, I don't have this particular camera. I don't have this particular laptop. I don't have this particular book that I need. Man, if I could only get that kind of paint, I could finish the job. And so you say, well, why don't you get it, number one? Number two, do you really need it, or is it just one more obstacle you're putting in the way from actually having to deal with the problem? Does this sound familiar?
And oh yeah, and a lot of the time it will be your fault. So the person who's having anxiety, there will be a lot of externalization. It will be, somebody else's fault because I can't do anything because, I don't get the tools, I don't get the support, whatever it is. So there's a lot of physical, like there's actual symptoms that go along with this. And this is why people are so, when they're not really aware, the self-awareness is really important, because you have to understand when you are having this kind of anxiety. So you can get the physical symptoms, emotional symptoms, and behavioral symptoms. The physical ones are like, the one that I think everybody understands is shortness of breath. You can't breathe. Like dizziness, headache, you get sweating, sometimes you get nausea, and you can have a panic attack. And panic attacks are really unpleasant, where you feel like you're dying. You're not, but you feel like you are. And that's a really good reason to not take a test, because I'm busy having a panic attack over here. And but it'll get you out of the test. Then you also have emotional symptoms like fear, racing mind, your mind going completely blank. So, one of the two extremes, as well as negative thoughts. And then you can have the behavioral, which is what we've just been talking about. Procrastination is the big one. I'm just not going to do it. I'll avoid it. But you can also have trouble concentrating. You can have negative thinking. So there's all of these things that are happening to your body that are real things, but they are happening to your body because of what's in your head.
By
so
the way,
really, you have that connection there.
By the way, really quickly, because we always love involving our friends who are actually on the chat in the conversation, our good friend Trucker Boaston says, when y'all start talking performance anxiety, why do I hear Admiral Akbar screaming, "It's a trap"? That's a reference for Jane and I that we both get. Our good friend Beach Bum wrote, I had a huge issue with accepting failure when I was younger. It wasn't until somebody taught me that failure is an opportunity to learn that I got past it. Well said, Beach Bum. Thank you so much for that good contribution. He's absolutely correct, by the way. And it's one of those things that I tell people all the time. There is no more powerful person in an organization than a person who is always complaining about the upgrades that they need while doing their job at the highest level. Because to me, what it suggests sometimes, Jane, is you have a person saying, no, I can make this work. It's a very different thing than saying, I can't make this work until I can't make this work until I. Those become these kind of delayed actions. But there are people, and by the way, thank you for bringing up procrastination. It is not laziness. We have now kind of discovered what that is, that often people who procrastinate are doing harder work in coping with the anxiety that is building up inside of them than they would if they simply did the job. So to accuse them of laziness is to misdiagnose the problem. Laziness is, I don't care, and I'm not going to do it. I'm going to go do something else. I'm going to go play on the drums all day. That's a very different thing. But procrastination really kind of speaks to a larger anxiety issue because it's paralysis. It is actually the inability to pull the trigger, isn't it?
It is, and it's funny because I think of laziness as not doing a very good job. Like you'll do the job, but it'll be like, okay. I'm thinking of painting the fence, the Mark Twain painting the fence, or the wax on, wax off, I'm not doing this well, I can't be bothered. But procrastination, that freezing up is really a thing. Not knowing where to start is amazingly powerful. And I know of kids where they would just sit there for an entire hour because they were not rather than anything, but they were paralyzed because they didn't know where to start, or there was something that was blocking them. And so you think of it as bad behavior because you're not starting anything. Why aren't you doing anything? But it's not. It's, I don't know how to, whatever the assignment is, what do I do? How do I begin this? And that paralysis, it's really tough to recognize that it's because people will take it as it's kind of a badge of honor as well. It's like, oh, I didn't do anything until the last minute. And it's not okay. And you tell yourself that you need the pressure, but is it really? Or is it because you don't know how to break down whatever the task is or whatever the thing that you're doing is, you don't know how to break it down into small enough pieces that you can sort of take one bite of the elephant at a time?
And by the way, one of the great things about doing a radio show 5 days a week is that, and I've wrestled with procrastination all of my life. It has been one of the great debilitators. And I will tell you this too: the times in my life when I have succeeded, I simply said, you know what? I'm going to do everything badly, but I'm going to keep doing it. And then I'm able to go back and revisit it and make it a little bit better each time I revisit it and keep doing it on a regular basis. Doing the radio show or actually having a 9-to-5 job, one of the benefits of a 9-to-5 job sometimes is that it allows you, well, it doesn't allow you to do anything. You have to do it. So there it is, you're doing it, and it's kind of forcing your hand, and after a while, your muscle memory kind of kicks in to kind of make it happen. But I was kind of curious in regards to the sphere of trucking education, if in fact we have a regular recurring theme. I've noticed a lot of the best schools that we've talked to have talked about figuring out how a student learns best and then coupling them with a teacher or an instructor who understands that methodology of learning and helps get them up to speed. I wanted to kind of tease this out. So let's say that you're really good at sit-down writing tests, but terrible like at the field tests, okay?
Right.
Do you think that there's a way to kind of explain, not intellectually, because that's not going to help anybody, but to say, look, the same things you're doing to learn the material to take a test, you need to go from the mind to the body and remember, how do I put this, the idea that you can repeat the action over and over again in the same way that you repeat the words in your head over and over again. If there's a way of creating equivalencies between field testing and test testing that allow you to help the person make the connection, that when they're able to connect the best way they learn to the worst way they learn, they can then export the best practices into the bad practices. Do I make sense?
Oh, absolutely. One of the things that I have done to help people who are having performance anxiety or who having this test, going and doing the test is not practicing the actual skill. Because for example, if you're at a CDL school or if you're taking a road test of some sort, and you practice that, so you have that, obviously you're not going to be going to get your CDL until your instructor thinks that you're ready to do so. So I'm talking about you have everything, you've learned everything that you possibly can, you have practiced, your instructor is telling you you're ready to do this, and you just can't take the test. You just that's the block. And what is really useful is to practice and I do this with myself too, is that all I need to do is get myself there. So how do I get myself there and practice that? Because and it's like being on stage. Taking a test is very much like being on stage, because once you're in there, there's a certain level of performance that is required for you to pass the test, right? So you have to be at functioning at a certain level. So practice how to get from your car to the vehicle to start the test. And what is that going to be like? And that is where a lot of anxiety comes in, is I don't know what it's going to be like. So you go to the place where you're getting a test, you figure out how you're going to talk to people, you figure out how to get into the truck, and then you practice everything until you're in the seat and you start driving, or even you starting the test. So role play is really, really, really important in that way. And physically actually moving from, your house to where you're going to be tested. And that makes a big difference.
By the way,
strangely enough.
Here's the thing, is a good way to look at it. Everything is a rehearsal until the performance begins. Every step of your life is a rehearsal for whatever it is you're going to have to be performing. And if you begin to and by the way, you can't live completely there in the theater of the mind all the time. But what you can do is you can every once in a while catch yourself and say, this is a really good time. I've always said that the best way to kind of succeed as a driver or any job that requires the kind of long hours is to make an ally of boredom. And anytime you catch yourself drifting, anytime you catch yourself, I've got nothing to do, it's like, this is a good time to kind of review the information. This is a good time to kind of muscle memory practice what needs to happen. There's always a moment to sharpen your skills before you actually have to face the men or the women who are going to be evaluating you. And I love the idea of even on a written test you're performing, because the pencil or the pen or the computer keys become the vessel by which you perform on the blank sheet of paper or the computer screen. And it's a really kind of great way to think about it.
Yeah, and that's why, and people have anxiety when they go on stage. Like, it's the same anxiety, it's the same symptoms. You don't want to do it. You want to flee. You think you're terrible at it. So if you think about it that way and think about, okay, as long as I get on there and I know my lines, I'm going to be okay. And even as my thing with stage fright, because I get it, is I just need to get that first line out. And that's what I'll do, is like the beginning is my big thing, is if I get the beginning, the rest of it will be fine. And when you know where you're getting blocked, and if you can think about where it is, like what exactly is the part that you're that it makes you anxious? Is it getting to the test? Is it the fact that you don't know who the tester is going to be? So that's where you can practice with an instructor, or you can practice with different instructors. Like, that might be the anxiety, is your instructor is fine, but this stranger who's going to come and ask you questions or ask you to do things, and you're not sure, maybe what if you misunderstand? What if something else happens? That is where the anxiety can, like, figure out the pinpoint is where is your anxiety living? Where is the thing that you are most afraid of? And that's something to think about while you're bored and thinking, okay, you're driving along. It's like, what is it? Where do I really get stuck? And that's what I find is my thing, is as long as I can get that first line out, I'm going to be okay. And failure, you have to also kind of realize that what is going to happen if you fail, and go through that process where, okay, if I fail, I'm going to retake the test. If I fail, then I am going to remember the things that I couldn't do, and then go back to my instructor and say, okay, this is what I need to work on. And I need to practice this test, and I need to figure out how I'm going to get through it. And it's not even knowing or not knowing things. It's really just is your mind open to just moving through the process. And that's kind of how I try to coach people into, okay, which is the part that's blocking you? Okay, let's get you through that part, and then everything will be okay.
By the way, guys, let me take care of some bureaucracy here. We are joined on Education Station by the sponsor of Education Station, Jane Jezraoui, carriersedge.com, interactive online training for small and mid-sized fleets, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices content for truck drivers, all of it wrapped up in a simple subscription with no contract and no commitments. This is a nice pivot, by the way, in the final few minutes here, Jane, and we'll talk about this again. All of this stuff, by the way, if you have a carrier, if you have a fleet, if you have a small or mid-sized fleet, if in fact you actually run a training school, this is all important stuff, because helping reduce the anxiety of the people you're working with from the outset of saying, hey, we're going to fail together, we're going to figure this out, and then we're going to get it right. You can often help students and employees understand that you understand, and in doing so, bring their anxiety down and bring the temperature down as well, correct?
Yes, your response to failure is going to be, as a leader, is a very big indicator of what everybody else's response is going to be. So unfortunately, like, sometimes as a leader, you just want to, like, get in a fetal position on the floor and just, kind of say, okay, I'm done now. Everybody else figure it out. But you can't, because other people are sort of looking to you for the reaction and, how we're going to move forward. And I think that's in education, I think that's a really big, it's an important part of it. So what happens when you fail? Are you okay? Like, is it the end of the world? Are you going to be fired, or are you going to work on it? Are you going to figure out where the problem was and make it never happen again? So either you're changing a process, or you're changing some equipment, or there are tons of ways to figure out something where something has failed. And in trucking, often you have equipment damage, or you could have a bad collision or something like that. I'm not necessarily talking about those huge issues. I'm talking about the very small issues that happen on a daily basis that will lead to the bad ones. If you can mitigate the stress and the mistakes and the failure, the small ones, then moving, you won't get to the big ones if you figure it out when they're small.
Let's not dwell on what went wrong. Let's figure out next time how we're going to get it right. Jane and I do that on a regular basis here. Usually she does a great job, and I just kind of screw the pooch. So we figure it out. We make our adjustments. Guys, go to carriersedge.com and find out about all that great content they have over there. No contracts, no commitments. Simply carriersedge.com. Thank you, Jane. Love you as always. I can't believe how fast these segments go.
That has been great. Thank you so much, Jimmy.
You got it. And
have a good one.
You too, by the way. Go ahead, Dre.
Hey, love you, Jane, and see you on the 23rd.
See you on the 23rd. See you on the 23rd. See you on the 23rd.
We'll talk.
All right.
Okay.
We got to take a quick break here. Come back on the other side. Do I have the expectations of actually talking to somebody on the other side of this?
Hey, it would be nice. You know what I mean?
Wouldn't it be nice if there
someone
was
calling?
Lindsay? She could call in right now today.
Oh, that person.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, that'd be kind of nice,
We'll see.
We'll see. Surprises are all over the place. Great second half of the show coming your way, by the way, guys. That video she cut, tremendous. Whew. Ticks.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Live from that Crescent City and Coast to Coast Online, welcome to Road Gang Radio, your highway hub for stories, laughters, and the spirit of the road with the one and only Jimmy Mack. And one last thing, 615-292-6366. What was that, Jimmy?
615-292-NEMO. Find the FaceTime on the Facebook. Yak with you on the tube of you. Leave your heart on the iHeart. If you've got the audacity, you can listen on Odyssey. Perhaps you've opened up that box of Pandora with its second-rate salesmen and its third-rate talent, or maybe you're dialing into RadioNemo.com. I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? And hitting that 365 dial between the hours of 7 and 11 in the center and 8 to 12 in the east. Hey, guys, it's the raucous reality of Road Gang Radio, where neither the listening nor the subscription, in fact, cost you a thing. We're at 960. I've always said that when we get to that 1,000, I know a little bit about this stuff. When you get to that 1,000, the engine changes. You can ask anybody who's had any sort of social media following on any platform. It's that first grand that makes you grand. And as a matter of fact, that first 1,000 people are going to be never forgotten, because we got something cooking here, something growing, something happening. Fast and furious format of freight, facts, and fun fueling this particular Wednesday morning. It's hump day over here at Road Gang Radio. Hump day. And a lot of people still talking over there on the chat, on the tube of you. Steve, by the way, just go to carriersedge.com. The information is there. If you've got questions, she's got answers. Our good friend Trucker Boson writes, fail equals first attempt in learning. Absolutely. And the other thing is about learning. Let's kind of talk about this for a second here too, Dre, is the fact that if you become accustomed to failure, it doesn't mean you're a failure. You've become accustomed to learning. Now, there's a difference in regards to not trying and failing over and over again. Why can things never work out for me is not what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Why don't things ever work out for me? I find that things don't work out for people because they don't analyze what went wrong with them. One of my favorite things I'll ask people, so if you had to identify your biggest flaw, your biggest fault, what would it be? I trust the wrong people. That's you literally blaming other people for what's going wrong with you. What's your biggest problem? People always let me down. Once again, that's you blaming other people. I can only rely on myself. Okay, well, now that you've said 3 different versions of the same thing, let me tell you what's really going on with you. You actually are selling yourself short. You have such a low opinion of yourself that you are finding people who are going to let you down. You're failing to recognize patterns that are basically telling you this person looks an awful lot like the last person that let me down, so why am I in fact associating with them? Maybe a little touch of mindfulness as you seek out the partners that define you that Dean Krogh talks about might in fact be the route you want to talk about. That takes what we call making an inventory of what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. I would recommend that after you make that list of all the things you're doing wrong, and you should, by the way, because if you're blaming other people, it's obvious that you're not doing self-inventory.
Yeah.
Once you do that negative list, and you do have to do that negative list because you're going to have to fix those things, I would recommend saying, okay, what about me is great? What about me recommends myself to other people? I mean, I'm not kidding, Dre, that people often end up with people they think they deserve. You know, Lindsay talks a lot about that, the idea of the actualization of the self, manifesting. You know, I want better friends. I had a friend of mine, by the way, this is an absolutely true story, would love your thoughts on the phone calls about this. I was in, you know, I had met these 2 wonderful people in my life. I'll say their name because they're terrific. She found me on the Book of Face just a couple of months ago, named Karen and Brian. They made a little time for me, and I made friends with them, and I liked them a lot. They actually were my age. We had a lot in common. They had stuff that they knew that I didn't. Brian was a master carpenter. Karen was an incredible movie accountant.
Nice.
Not just an accountant, but a movie accountant.
Yeah.
Loved them. They had expertise I didn't have. I had expertise they didn't have. We all got along great, liked the same music, a lot of the same stuff. And I had just met them. And about 6 months into our friendship, they showed up at my house and they sat down and they looked at me point blank and they had these really kind of glum looks on their face. And they said, "We need new friends." And I said, "Are you breaking up with me?" They said, "No, it's quite the opposite. We've decided that given what a good time we have when we're out with you, that we want to have more of you in our life and less of the other people that are bringing us down."
We have new expectations now.
Yeah, we have new expectations. And it was a high compliment. So then I'm like, oh, I got to live up to being a really righteous friend. And I said, well, I know you guys like steak. And they were like, I love steak. I said, so why don't we find every cheap steak night in the city? There's a restaurant called Steak Knife, by the way.
Nice.
But steak night, why don't we find every sort of steak night deal for the next month? And once a week, we all just have a steak.
Exactly.
And we started doing that, and it became one of the best things that we ever did. That friendship was cut short because they had to move back to Austin in the wake of Hurricane Katrina. But because of the friendship we made with them, I had a base of operations to get back to New Orleans because that's where we evacuated to.
Exactly.
And having friends like that makes a big difference. We got some phone calls, but you got a thought really
Well,
quickly.
we sure do. And then going back to what you said before you brought that story up, I've been off and on reading. And I've read it and I've come back because I like to be refreshed on it. But the book, The 4 Agreements.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then giving your best version of yourself, giving everything your best, your all. Because at least if you did that, you personally know that, hey, I did my best. Because I'm like, I've heard that my whole life. Until I read that book, I was like, wow, that really does. Because it's like something that you heard your whole life is put yourself in other people's shoes and that. And those are 2 sayings that you never really think about it until you actually do it.
I'm going to tell you something, and then we'll take the phone call, that I really think is important and good about social media. We often have a lot of attacks on social media, richly deserved. But I'll tell you this about social media. When it comes to TikTok, not a big fan of the talk of Tik. I'm over there because we got to be there. But like with YouTube and creating content for the previews and all that kind of stuff, I looked terrible in the first video I cut. My hair wasn't cut. I hadn't shaved above my beard. I wasn't cleaned up and all that stuff. And I suddenly realized a lot of these people who create content, whether you like the way they look or not, they're putting their best foot forward. You notice that?
Yep.
Man, they're really doing the work. They're
Yeah.
showing up for work. The content creators are showing up for work by putting their best foot forward. That means if you're making content on a daily basis, you don't look like Joe from Lower Slobovia. I mean, even Big and Tasty, who you would think, oh, what does he care, man? He eats a lot of food. He plays a lot of video games. What does he care? Take a look at those videos, man.
Yeah.
He's taking care of himself, man. He's presenting himself with his best foot forward. Let's go to the phones. Who do we got?
Oh, let's jump on in. Chrome Badger called back from earlier. What's up, CB?
What's up, CB?
Uh-oh.
Do I got a CB in the house?
He should be there.
Are you there, CB? We've been having this problem all morning. What's going on
It's
with this?
weird. Earlier, I think it was a situation of them muting themselves, but I'm not sure with this. Let's do this. CB, you hang on tight.
There he is.
There he
is. Hey, man, what's
you
going on?
muted yourself.
What's going on?
What's happening?
Get yourself situated. What's going on, man?
Hey, buddy.
Not much, man. Heading back to Pennsylvania. It's out here in New York, but it's really good to hear you guys. But what you're saying is 100% right on. We all do the best what we could do, and you have to have some self-worth, self-confidence, so to speak. And if people don't want to reciprocate, or if they want to be a cornflake, well, tell them to have a good day, and off they go. You have to surround yourself, I guess what's called good, genuine people with integrity and share the values that you share. If people don't have that same work ethic or values, then there's really no point in really associating with them after a while.
Nice.
They're just a no-win situation.
Yeah, it really is. And by the way, I'm actually speak up for our friend Chrome Badger here. I've gotten a chance to meet him on a number of occasions, a chance to talk to him as well, and see him on, in pictures around friends and all that kind of stuff. And look, you can dress incredibly casual, as he proves, and still put your best foot forward. We're not talking about putting on a coat and tie all the time, or actually, wearing a button-down shirt all the time. But, the idea that your clothes fit, the idea that you put your best foot forward, the idea that you pick out your hat to make sure that it matches the rest of your clothes, all of that kind of stuff. I mean, you present yourself as pretty lean and mean. You're a guy that's actually maintained a good shape and a good presence, right?
Yeah, exactly. I do my best. I do some health and wellness things. I do, vitamin supplements. I try to exercise the best I can. I'm really big time into healthy eating. Nutrition's a key in that. I try to get my rest, try to keep stress down to as low as you can. And that's about it, and life has its ups and downs, but at the end of the day, you have to have your game plan, what you've got to do, and you just do the best what you can. Not every day is a perfect day, but, hey, life isn't perfect. We're not perfect people, but you got to put like you said, your best foot forward and just do what you can work. Basically, we talked about that in one day. You could worry yourself into oblivion, but you can only control basically what you can control and have power over, and you just do your best. And you try to do good, help others, and if everybody does that, well, we all able to live a much more better, co-inhabit together, much easier, and it becomes a much better world. But unfortunately, some people don't see it that way, and they want to push against society's conventions, so to speak, and then you got the issues. So that becomes an issue. So, you just do your best, and it's nice that there's decent people out here still that want to, help people and want to do good. And that's what it is. Have a genuine good heart, good-hearted people. It goes a long way.
It really does. And what I really like that I have been practicing for a while now, and it's really kind of gotten my life on track over the last, I guess, 6, 7, 8 years now, is, and Dre will tell you, back me up here again too, Dre, I get aggravated sometimes at some of my colleagues because it's my own little particular persnicketyness. I like to have what we call a moment of zen before we actually go on the air. That while there is something to be said about people who race in at the last minute, grab a microphone and start talking, I am a big fan of let's all just take a minute and kind of center ourselves before the actual show begins. Dre, by the way, is not a violator of that. He's pretty darn good about that.
30 seconds.
I'm referring to other people who will be unnamed. But I'll tell you this right now. There's got to be a point as a trucker, as any employee, where you say, look, I've done all I can do to prep for the day. I've got to let it go and go forward with what I have put together. Because there's nothing worse than watching somebody get the first 30 minutes of work, first hour of work, still situating themselves, still getting stuff ready, still prepping their work. And you're like, dude, what do you think a pre-trip is for? What do you think a mic check is for? What do you think the quiet before the storm begins actually is for? And it's such an important part that we have to be able to say to ourselves, I've done all that I can, and I can't do any more, and I've got to do the job to the best of my ability from this moment forward. Am I making sense, Chrome Badger?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you are. You get yourself warmed up for the day. Just like you said, when you're doing a free trip, your vehicle, your equipment, whatever, you got to do it for yourself and just get in that zone. And then you get your focus and you're ready to go. And you have a nice show or the task at hand and you're able to get warm. And what is that old thing? Fire will make you hot or burn you up, but it make you hot like on Rocky said. It'll make you hot.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, brother. You gotta forget about it, dude. I gotta let you go. I got plenty of phone calls coming in here, but Dre's got one more thing for you.
Chrome, I gotta apologize. I'm just now seeing your text message because he said, "Give me 5 minutes." I'm sorry.
No, we're cool.
Forget about it.
Forget about it. We got it. We made it.
And one last thing, Chrome. The only time you ever look smaller than you actually are is when you're next to Drill Sergeant Don, man. That's a big dude. That's a tall dude.
That's a tall dude, man.
He's a bodyguard.
Yeah, he is, with a cane. You have a good day there, Chrome Badger.
All right, guys. You too. Take care. Talk to you.
Oh, now, golly, that was my trigger finger. But look, we're going to take Chris. Before we take Chris, I had Jody on. We lost him. Give us a call back, but 615-292, jump on in.
615-292-NEMO is the final 4 digits. By the way, really quickly before we talk to Chris, Mark Schwemmer, our good friend over at Landline.media, has a story that 2 of the U.S. Department of Transportation's 9 pro-trucker initiatives set out to make resources more accessible to truck drivers, and that includes an overhaul of the FMCSA's National Consumer Complaint Database and an upgrade to the agency's driver resource webpage. They're trying to make all of that stuff more accessible for you guys so that you guys have better resources to both contribute to the conversation and to check on the data as it unfolds across the world. Hey, Chris, welcome back. Always good to have you, my brother.
My man.
Hey, how you doing, man? I haven't talked to you in a bit.
It's nice to have you. By the way, we had you, recently, but it's good to have you back. And by the way, I'm loving our new platform. I love the fact that, one of the things that has been so cool about this is, look, I know people are listening. I got friends who send me text messages, but the people jumping in on the chat is such a nice thing, Chris. It is so much fun to see people out there talking both on Facebook and on YouTube and any place else where they can get their voices heard. And it actually makes for great content as well. How are you doing, and what is going on in the world of Chris?
Well, I just got my day started, so I'm headed over to Rapid City, South Dakota today. Get there tonight and shut down, get delivered in the morning. It's a little different than what I had been doing, but I like it. It's working for me. And, you were saying that, you've got to be your authentic self or something to that effect. Everybody is going to make mistakes, no matter what. It's what you do with that mistake that defines who you really are.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's and the fact is your authentic self is a failure. As is everybody else. As is everybody else. And your authentic self is also a success, as is everybody else.
Exactly.
It's just you to figure out how to get to those places, by the way. It's just your job at that point. Once you figure out, the Avett brothers have a great line from A Head Full of Doubt where he says, decide who to be and go be it. And once you make that decision, once you figure out who that authentic self is, the thing is, you've heard the expression FOMO, right? Fear of missing out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
A lot of people.
I know somebody that actually falls into that category that I talk to regularly.
And let me tell you something about it, and so you'll know this, and our listeners will know this too. People don't realize the real danger of FOMO about fear of missing out means you often don't do the task at hand. It means that, you're so concerned about the opportunity that might come, you're not taking full advantage of the opportunity that is there. And that becomes a real kind of governing problem for a lot of people in the sense that it's like, and Jane and I were just talking about this, the idea that I am happy to do this as soon as I have this. Oh, and I also need that. And I need this as well, and I need that as well, and I need that as well. And you're like, well, you haven't done anything yet, and you've got all these demands, And there is a point in your life when you're able to make those demands, but at the beginning of the process, you got to do the best job you can do with the stuff that you have and kind of get it done. And what happens with a lot of people is, Jane said a lot of people can't start. A lot of people, and you know it, can't finish. They won't finish anything. Their procrastination energy kicks in at the end. They won't make the 80 a 95 on the test. They won't get the promotion. They'll do the job so well and then never really get the project that's going to make a difference because they never seal the deal. And I think part of that is caused by FOMO. Straight up being caused by FOMO.
I have to agree. I've ran into a number of different problems over my years. And, I'm 65, so I've been through a lot. One of the things that I found out is if you have a problem that is the solution is eluding you, you walk away, you do something else. It doesn't have to be anything major. Sit down and watch a video or, go trim the weeds around your house or whatever. To come back to it and the solution, inevitably, it presents itself, boom, right there while you're doing something else.
It's also about mindfulness. Okay, let me see if I can unpack this. And if you follow me, let me know. If you don't, well, I'm just being typical myself and being obtuse. But here's what it comes down to. If, in fact, there's a lot of things that people will do often to either divert themselves from the thing or do the thing. Like if you're working on how to say something, let's say you're a radio personnel. We'll use Dave as an example. One of the great things that he does is that rather than avoiding the job, he will then go away and play on his percussives. And he will figure out the rhythm of how it has to be said or how it has to be articulated. I will give you an example of where asking for stuff is not wrong. Dave will often say, I am happy to record that for you. You need to give me the music beforehand that you're going to be using, or at least something that is similar to that so I can practice it with that. That's an easily obtainable thing. He's not asking for too much. He's not making it impossible. And that makes a big difference. And that's a big difference, too, with people doing your profession, which is, I don't need everything, but there are certain things that make it impossible for me not to do the job, and to distinguish between what is necessary and what is preferred makes a big difference as well. Man, we've gone to the weeds here.
Well, the other thing, Jimmy, I've had a number of performances over my years. I've been in choirs. I sing, all the time. I talk to people. I've been a communications coordinator for my local EMA.
Wow.
It's all about how you present the material, but before you can present it, you have to be able to present it to yourself. And I practice, different ways of doing things in my head, sometimes out loud in front of a mirror, in order to get to where I need to be. I'm going to screw up from time to time, naturally. I'm human. That's just the way things are. But in practicing, as you guys were saying on the last segment, you get to where you need to be. It may take a little bit of time for some people, may not take any time at all for others. You're fantastic on the radio, Dave, and there's even Dre would be great as a radio host. There's so many ways that you can present material, but you've got to be able to present it in your head to yourself for it to make sense.
This is my favorite thing that a friend of mine, and I wish I could take credit for this. He said, we learn it to forget it, to know it. And I love that, by the way. I love the idea that you actually learn something to the point where you get it down so much that the actual original process of actually understanding it has now faded, and it's simply there. You should be able to go back and mindfully recollect what happened, but there should be a point where you don't think about. I won't lie to you, by the way. Taking you down the road and into the weekend is Jimmy Mack on the Dave Nemo Show. I used to do that so much that it's like it just kind of comes out. but you have to also be aware of it while you're doing it so you can make adjustments based on the changes that are coming in your direction. And all of that stuff is the same thing with trucking. You have to learn it, to forget it, to know it, but at the same time be present in the knowing of it so that you can make adjustments based on the obstacles the road puts in your way, so that, you know, you can be like Captain Quint, 50 years of Jaws, looking over at your reel as it begins to spin itself out when the shark takes a nibble, or when the girl puts her foot up on the dashboard while she's driving to look at her phone and go, yeah, that's going to be a bad situation. I think I'll just drop off the accelerator just a little bit here.
Right.
And that's just kind of how it works. While at the same time, the motor skills of being able to handle the truck, you're not thinking about that. You're just simply clocking the girl with her foot on the dashboard and her phone in the air and her knee on the steering wheel. We all know her, don't we?
Oh yeah. many times over.
Oh my God. By the way, I want to kind of take you this. You're on the air with me. Do I don't have any more phone calls, do I?
Not yet.
Okay. Michael Lombard is going to be joining us here in just a moment. By the way, Chris, dig this. He is the descendant of one of America's oldest motor carriers, Lombard Brothers. They, by the way, started as 8 horses and 2 carriages and became one of the largest motor carriers in the Northeast. What's really cool, though, is what our guest Michael Lombard does now. He's a triathlete, right?
Yep, he sure is.
He is a triathlete. Go ahead, Dre.
And I got one thing to add to that. This shows you how much of an overachiever he is, Chris. He called me 20 minutes beforehand. He's like, hey, man, I just want to make sure this is the number I call, or you call me, I call you. How's this going to work? And I'm like, man, I'll call you in 10. He's like, beautiful, brother. I'll talk to you soon.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and by the way, we know him from Truck Parking Club. He works part-time as a fitness and nutrition coach. He's competed in Ironman triathlons. He's raised money and awareness about driver health epidemics. And by the way, the epidemic for many drivers, of course, is diabetes. The epidemic for many drivers, of course, is the obesity that often results in diabetes. It's often emphysema. It's often a lot of other problems as well, too. Chris, I got a float you. I want to get you the last word here. Before we actually shuffle off this radio coil, what's the rest of your day look like? And give us an exhortation of goodness.
Give it to us.
Well, the rest of my day, I'll be driving across Minnesota into South Dakota, get parked, get down. And, everybody needs to remember, if you are your authentic self, you will never fail. No matter what anybody says, you are good.
That's a great way to kind of land the plane right there. Chris, as always, it's good hearing from you. In the next few moments, we're going to have Michael Lombard joining us. It's going to be a great conversation. Also, Jason and Sean Mendelson, a lot of people have been looking forward to this, by the way, of Lee Mendelson Film Productions. We're going to be talking, basically, it's the Peanuts soundtrack. It's the 75th anniversary of Peanuts, and we're welcoming Jason and Sean Mendelson, sons of visionary Peanuts producer Lee Mendelson. It was Lee who came up with that genius idea to create the jazz soundtrack for the animated specials and brought them Vince Guaraldi, to compose for them. And Jason and Sean discovered 50 to 60-year-old master tapes in storage, including the raw stems of the original instruments and previously unheard bonus tracks, and had them mixed and mastered for audiophiles, jazz lovers, and Peanuts fans everywhere. They will be joining us, immediately after our good friend Michael Lombard joins us here on the show. Guys, don't forget that Trucking with Oida continues tomorrow and on Friday as well. That, of course, is our good friends Scott and Ashley. That is a terrific show. All of them, every single one that they have made, is available over on YouTube. I would highly recommend. Some of it is topical news in the moment, but some of it is long-form evergreen conversations. It's all worth checking out. Great conversations with Colin Long, our good friend. Great conversation with Alex Leslie, another good friend. Todd Spencer, who in many ways he and Dave have forged a friendship over the years, and particularly in the last few years. I'm going to tell all of you guys over 50 this. Please make an effort to make new friends once you get over 50. This is a really important thing. And there's a lot of women who do that. They have great groups of friends. Ask Lindsay, ask Claire. The problem is that dudes in Dude Town don't do that thing, and they should.
Man, I'll tell you one thing. I agree 100%, and I feel like it's been getting better. Like, I've seen progress in the past couple of years since there's been a few celebrities and a few other people that have come out and just being like, check on your guy friend. Talk to your guy friend. And it's okay to reach out and talk about your feelings. Or just...
It's happening on YouTube as we speak.
Exactly. Man. See?
It's righteous, dude. And, you know, Brad Bentley, who comes over here, he and I actually got a chance to meet when I was in my late 40s. We have become friends over 50. And he, by the way, and many of you who are listening right now, 4-Art is terrific, man.
Yeah.
The reach out from 4-Art and Doodah, man, to people, encouraging them to read books. Why is it that only women can have book clubs? What's going on with that? Why can't 4-Art, Doodah Man, and I, why can't I get together with Kentucky Flatbetter and just talk about, like, Mark Graney novels? Why can't I do that?
Dude, I will tell you this, and then we got to get out of here next minute. But I went to Austin a couple years ago because I got out of a bad relationship, and I was like, look, I need a little birthday celebration with old friends that live in Austin, and I need to see my sister. And I go over there with my one friend. He's like, hey, you want to go pass by this little club meeting with me? And I was like, yeah, sure. I thought it was like, he's an MMA and he's a cop and whatever. And I show up and it was a dude book club and they had their kids with, like, they had their babies, or they're holding their baby while they're talking about books.
Outstanding.
Progress.
Man. I'm telling you, brother. I mean, look at Peter Stark and I, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, Peter Stark is what, 67, 68 years old? That's crazy, dude.
I love that dude.
That dude is ripped.
He does not look his age.
And he's not ripped like those disgusting people who do, like, that, but it's just like, oh no, I'm talking about push the Amtrak up the train tracks, old man tighty whitey strength. I'm talking about,
Step into a Slim Jim.
I'm stepping into a Slim Jim. Michael Lombard, by the way, is the kind of athlete we like around here, by the way. I don't know if you know this. I used to take a spin class called an Ironman spin class. 67-year-old dude used to teach a spin class called LSD. He'd play a lot of groovy tunes from the late 60s, but the LSD stood for long, slow distance.
Yeah,
and
dude.
after the warm-up, you'd open up by doing Kashmir. Led Zeppelin's Kashmir. The entire
That's
length of the song
intense.
was a mountain climb. So you'd be up like on 6, 7, and 8, doing the kickbacks at like 6, 7, 8 on resistance, and then get to like 10 at the top, and then you'd get to the top, and he'd start Meatloaf's Bat Out of Hell for the descent down. And after that, you were 20 minutes in, and then on flat surface. We got to take a quick break here. So thrilled to have Michael Lombard joining us here on Road Gang Radio. We're the real deal. We're the resistance, guys, by the way. We are not the corporate stooges. We are the Three Stooges. Phone Master Dre, myself. Well, Lindsay's actually really pretty, and then there's Dave. He could be the third stooge.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount, and make sure you can see where the action is. So they got you at ShadyRays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Yeah, buddy, back to the talk that keeps America moving. This is Road Gang Radio, so let's rejoin your host, Jimmy Mack, live from the Big Easy, baby.
Oh, man, we're live from the Big Easy. And by the way, please go to fastport.com. They're the reason why this studio exists here in the heart of the Crescent City. We are twixt and tween. If you took an Uber, you would be 2 minutes away from Dave's original home at WWL 870, which, by the way, that's the house that Nemo built. He and Charlie Douglas built that. Anybody who's ever been on Sirius XM should know this absolutely. That is the house that Nemo built. He actually started at Sirius when there were less than 1,700 subscribers over there, and left anybody who's on that platform with a very big platform. It's up to them what happens next, because we're headed into the new frontier. YouTube, iHeart, Odyssey, Facebook. We are everywhere you want to be, including platforms we have just mentioned. You can find us on many an app, including Pandora and the SiriusXM app. By the way, guys, we are between the French Quarter and over here in City Park, where Phone Master Dre and I have taken many a walk. He and I'm doing it. I don't know if you're doing it. We're going to be running with the Bulls, by the way, in just a couple of days on Saturday. Are you going to be able to make that?
Dude, you do not know how bad I want to do that, because Brad sent me the link. Well, he talked about it the other day, and I was like, excuse me, what? And I'm thinking of the one in Spain, and he's like, just check it out. It's roller derby girls coming at you with bats. Well, not like
Nerf bats.
Nerf bats and all that different stuff, just coming at you with smiles on their face. If I didn't have the girls this weekend, we only get my girlfriend and I get her kids every other week. So this is the weekend we have them.
I understand.
I would be there.
I might
quick.
get on the phone with Chelsea and see if she wants to bring the girls down to watch you run with the Bulls, brother.
That'd be
tell you something.
sick.
Michael Lombard, by the way, I want you to kind of hear about this. This is so up your alley. What they do is that the roller derby girls, they actually all get on their rollerblades, put on red, get big giant Nerf bats, and all of these people just take off running through the streets of New Orleans, and the roller derby girls become the Bulls, who then pursue you and whack you with those Nerf bats as you run away from them. That's a challenge that you haven't quite yet gone through, given a man who's been through so many challenges. And good morning, Michael Lombard. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. It's good to be here. Glad to be here. I enjoyed listening to a lot of the last segment. I can tell you that running of the roller derby girls does sound that has. I mean, you have my interest peaked.
Yeah, and I'm picking up my registration packet today, so I'm stoked about that. We're going to be doing that, and I got to be really careful though, because I'm supposed to give somebody away at a wedding on Sunday, so I have to be really, really careful not to sprain my ankle and not to kind of disappoint that young lady as well. Dre's got one more thing for you, Mike.
You just got to watch out for some of the guys out there. They might just want to be there for being beat by a bat with a girl.
I know. We tend to push those guys to the concrete almost immediately. Come on, get out of here, man. By the way, our good friend Michael works full-time for a truck parking club, part-time as a fitness and nutrition coach, and he competes in Ironman triathlons, raising money and awareness about the driver health epidemic. Let's start there. We'll bounce all over the place, Michael. We'll talk about your background and why you are so connected to trucking in a moment. But let's talk initially about what you perceive as the driver health epidemic, because we here at RadioNemo, who actually introduced Highway to Health 15 years ago on our other platform, are deeply invested in this as well. Please unpack that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of a name that I mean, I'm sure it's been said before, and I know that people kind of describe the overall health issues in this country as an epidemic, but I call it the driver health epidemic because of the numbers and what the numbers show, and so which are egregious. So, and the numbers I'm talking about is the fact that truck drivers, the job itself will remove 16 years off your life, which moves the average life expectancy to 61. And then you have the rates of chronic disease that are out there. So truck driver, over 2/3 of just truck drivers are obese, which is double that of the entire working class population. So that's we gotta quantify that. That is a macro number. So just truck drivers are double every other job and profession of all working class Americans in it. And when you have a number as egregious as that, what that tells me is that this isn't an individual issue. We can't put this blame fully on the individual. We have to realize that this is systemic and environmental. Like it's not just, the ones and twos here and they just need a little bit of guidance. When something is that big on those number scales, and then the same thing with almost every other chronic disease. Every other chronic disease, from diabetes, hypertension, neurological disorders, anything that falls under chronic disease is substantially greater than the rest of just the working class population. So just one profession, which tells you it's environmental, it's systemic. This isn't an individual issue. And so when you have numbers that big, it begins to raise some alarms to where this isn't a single diagnostic sort of issue. Like we need to change the entire culture around health and fitness within the industry, because it's the environment overall. Do people have personal responsibility? Yes, completely agree. But they're not in an environment that is enabling and supportive of that type of lifestyle and of prioritizing health and fitness. Like, and if you're not in that environment, it's the same thing with when somebody who has an addiction, whether it be because food is something people can be addicted to. If you are addicted to alcohol or drugs and you go into a rehabilitation program, when you get out, you don't put that person in the same environment they came from. You don't send them to go live. They don't live next door to a bar. They don't go live with, you don't put them back in that environment because it doesn't enable the environment they're trying to escape from. And it's kind of, I'm not saying that drivers are addicts. I'm just kind of like putting it into context is that we are products of our environment. Like we are who we surround ourselves with. And if our environment is not supporting and enabling it, then we have an epidemic because these numbers are absolutely egregious and they're not okay.
No, and by the way, I'm really, really appreciative of that because, look, I mean, there's a lot of people, and they were raised this way. And by the way, you come from a very hard scramble. A lot of really hard-working dudes are in your lineage, people who built things, me and my pa with a hammer and a saw sort of reality. And it becomes very easy to say what has happened here is a failure of character. But if, in fact, well, I'll make up an imaginary situation. If there is an assembly line and all of the workers have at least lost one finger, that is not a failure of character to pay attention. Something's wrong with the assembly line. At that point, somebody has to say, wait a minute, we've got to make some adjustments here too. And what you're talking about is not just a shift in the way these men and women, although some of the women have better outcomes, these men and women need to make some changes in their life, but the atmosphere and the environment in which they are placed needs to work with them to give them the ability to succeed in making these changes. It is nothing more awful than somebody making a commitment to health and excellence and having genuine obstacles in regards to the food they have access to. And the other thing is people say, well, get your own good food. You're like, dude, if you're working 14 hours a day, when exactly is that supposed to happen when you're exhausted at the end? And so you're talking about not just a change in the individual behavior of the men and women behind the wheel. You're talking about getting down and dirty and working with the industry to say, how can you give these people the tools to succeed in health? I got that right?
Exactly. Well said.
So I want to talk about you because you and I both are people, along with Phone Master Dre, who have put our money where our mouth is. I used to weigh 267 pounds. I now weigh 195. You have your own personal fitness story, do you not?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. No, I've got it's part of the story I've written. I've had to have, it's crazy. I've tried to come to terms with it because I had it and lost it, like when it came to it, because I did serve in the Marine Corps, so I was in incredibly good shape, and then all of a sudden I wasn't. So it's like I've had to go through that downward spiral before too. So it's like and what I hate is and even today I look back and sometimes when I talk to some other athletes, I kick myself in the pants over having lost it in the first place. And I have a lot of friends who then they validate it and saying, if you didn't walk this walk, you really wouldn't be where you are right now. You had to kind of walk through this. But I do have.
I lost him. Phone Master Dre, can we get Michael back on? I've lost him, buddy. I need to get him back on here. We're going to hold on for a second while we get Michael Lombard back on, by the way. Just a quick reminder, he is a descendant of one of America's oldest motor carriers, Lombard Brothers. And that started as 8 horses and 2 carriages and eventually one of the largest motor carriers in the Northeast. We'll be talking about that in more detail here on Road Gang Radio. A quick reminder, too, you can jump into the conversation at 615-292-6366. As soon as we get Michael back on the phone, we will get ourselves moving in that direction as well. Really quickly, by the way, I want to go back to the chat here quickly and say that our good friend Trucker Boson just said that I have 2 degrees of separation. I worked with Bill Paxton's brother in Colorado in '93, and he was in Apollo 13 with Kevin Bacon. Well said, my friend. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. And don't forget, a little bit later on in the show, after we get Michael back on the air, we're going to be talking with Jason and Sean Mendelson. They, of course, will be talking about the Peanuts soundtrack. You can find them, by the way, over on Facebook and Instagram and MendelsonProductions.com. I know a lot of people are looking forward to that conversation. I am as well. And even though we can't play the Vince Guaraldi music here quite just yet because we don't have all the rights figured out here on our platform, lots lots of stuff getting figured out today, as you probably found out from our good friend Robert Braswell. He actually was clearer than he's ever been because we got the field tap operating really, really well over there. We're getting a whole bunch of stuff together, but we will be talking to them about the music in short order. That Vince Guaraldi soundtrack that often powered the soundtrack of our lives. A lot of people grew up with that, and Lindsay actually cut a really beautiful video as well, kind of making that happen here over there. And then the phone lines will reopen in the last half hour at 615-292-6366. As I said, we're going to get Michael Lombard back on here. I do want to say a couple of things about what he's talking about before we get back to Michael, and it's a pleasure to actually have him on. I want to make mention of the fact that I actually got up to 267 pounds. I got up there, and it was brutal. Because I will tell you this, and this is full disclosure about what that feels like. Many of you know it. The thing that finally woke me up to the reality of it was actually sitting on the toilet. Let that land for a second, guys. Sitting on the toilet is what did it to me. Straight up. I was so physically uncomfortable being there that I said, I've got to make a change. And then I actually went onto social media, and I saw a picture of myself with a good friend, and I said, what is my older brother, who's 6'7" both ways, doing with my good friend? And then I realized I had gotten so wide, and I wasn't as tall as him, so I didn't have the kind of presence, that I actually mistook him for me. And the combination of the physical discomfort and the combination of that and seeing that picture and not recognizing myself in that picture is what eventually gave me the impetus to make that commitment. And I will tell you right now, it started very, very slow. And one of the other things that Michael said when he was on the phone with me just now that made such a difference is the fact that he and I both had the same experience. I played sports in high school. I really enjoyed them. I stayed in shape more or less in college. And then I got heavy. And then I went through an entire summer where I got it all back. I lost it again. I lost it in my mid-40s. It fell away from me. And I will tell you, one of the hardest things for many of you guys who have gotten back in shape only to lose it later on is to find yourself in a situation where you've got to do it all over again. And you want back what you've had. And you've got to kind of focus on that. And it creates real problems for you. I won't lie to you guys. It creates real problems. You've got to then somehow bring yourself to a place where you know what it took to get there in the first place. And it just kills you inside that you have to make your way through it. It just makes a terrible difference in your life when you suddenly realize, oh my God, I've got to do this all over again. I've got to rev myself up and make this happen. And that absolutely creates amazing problems. By the way, my good friend Trucker Boson wrote, doing good, Jimmy, just roasting down here in Houston. I can imagine what the heat is like too. But the biggest difference that made for me was the fact that I told myself, speaking of heat, that I was never going to go through that again. That was the biggest thing. And I ended up putting myself back in the same position. I ended up putting myself back in the same position where I found myself once again having to walk in the heat of the New Orleans summer in a desperate attempt to lose the weight that I had gained. And by the way, there's no jump starting it. I mean, there is a time, we all know this, when we're 25, 26, 27 years old, that we can just go back out there and in 1 month's time, in the blink of an eye, it happens for us, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? In the blink of an eye, snap, and we are back to the weight we wanted to be in. I mean, we know people when we were 25, between 25 and 35, where we could just, drink a whole lot of water, get a good night's sleep, eat a whole lot less bread, and 1 month later, we were back into fighting shape. Well, that's not the truth of what happened. When you get to be 45, 50 years old, 55, and you decide to make a commitment again to that health, that weight comes off incrementally and brutally. And if it doesn't come off that way, it's not going to stay off that way. And that really kind of makes the difference. So, like I said, Phone Master Dre is kind of making an effort out there to get our good friend Michael Lombard back on the phone here on Road Gang Radio. guys, I would tell you to give us a call, but we seem to be having a problem with our phone lines for a minute. So I'm just going to keep on kind of chatting and talking you up. It's just one of those things. We're going to get Michael Lombard back on here. Dre is hard at work at it. How you doing, man? What's going on over there? You good to go? We got to get.
What's up?
Hey, Michael, good to have you back on. Sorry about that, brother. I was having to tap dance my ass off. I'm glad to have you back.
I jumped back in. Man, it was great to hear your testimony. And you're right. I'll tell you what, one of the hardest things is the idea of starting over. And so like when it goes into my testimony, again, I was working long hours in a warehouse. I was, drove a forklift a lot. I was doing a lot of inventory control. And there's always comes a pivotal moment. And you and I had similar ones. Mine is a little bit more, it was a little bit tougher in November of 2018. A good friend of mine, Matt Brown, he passed away suddenly in November of 2018, and it totally threw me for a curveball. And I'd say that was sort of like the rock bottom. And at that moment, I'll never forget the day I had the same. It wasn't on the toilet, but I was in the bathroom, and I had stepped on the scale, and I saw 278, which given weight, so that means, and I'm 5'11" for context. So 278, and then you figure I'm probably floating anywhere up and down 5 pounds from that. And I look in the mirror and I look at my hands, and I think about who I was, and I was 28 years old at the time. And I look at my hands and I think about who I was at 20, 21, and I was in disbelief. And the first thing and I was at a kind of a crossroads where I could have either stayed there, stayed in that place and considered myself a victim or what have you. But instead I asked, I said, if I could talk to Matt Brown again, my friend, if I could talk to him right now, if I could pick up the phone and talk to him, what would he want me to do? And really that's when I started turning things around. So it wasn't, a lot of people think you got to wait till January. I have this phrase I like to say, diet starts Monday. A lot of people think you need to put things off. I started in the middle of November in 2018 where I turned it around. And when it comes to keeping it off, and this is what I preach a lot to drivers and to people who I coach, is I started with small, attainable lifestyle habits, because as you said, you don't want to fall into a position to where you have to start over. Although this is why I always recommend David Goggins' first book. And if you don't know who David Goggins is, he's a Navy SEAL, he's an ultra marathon runner. He's the only person he had to go through Hell Week at Navy SEAL training 3 times because he dropped out of BUD/S because of illness and injury twice, and he had to go through Navy SEAL's Hell Week 3 times. So imagine having to start that over, do exactly what you did, do some of the hardest training on the planet, and you've got to go back to day 1, week 1 of it because of something that really you couldn't prevent, especially the illness side of it, like something that you push through, like you've already completed it. So this idea of starting over is really a mindset, but these small sustainable lifestyle habits. And so what I did, so I started getting in regular movement. I joined a gym, and I made it, and you have to clear the path of least resistance. I joined across a gym that was to and from the warehouse I worked in. And so on the way home, I had no choice but to pass it. I had no other option. From there, a coach built a relationship with me. And I know you guys were talking beforehand a lot about community, and that's a lot of stuff I like to talk about. That coach started to build a relationship with me, and he started asking about food. So I started grocery shopping more. I'm trying to, kind of condense things for the sake of time. And then from there, so from grocery shopping more and starting to take accountability after, I got married in 2019. By the time I got to my wedding, I had, lost, almost 40 of those pounds because I wasn't tracking anything. I wasn't counting calories, wasn't doing anything. I started to move. I changed what I was eating during the week. With that, because I was focused and moving more on weekends, I ended up drinking a little bit less alcohol. And then going into 2020, so shortly after we get married, my wife and I kind of come to a crossroads, and this is where, and granted, I've kind of been in the industry since I started in the warehouse in 2017, but, in 2019, my wife and I made this decision. I was at kind of a crossroads of thinking, where am I going to go in life? We're going to move to Texas. We moved to Central Texas. I've called myself Lombard Trucking on the internet since I made a Twitter account in 2010 because I grew up with my grandfather. I grew up, in Connecticut, where Lombard Brothers Incorporated was headquartered. I'm told all the time that if I moved back to Waterbury, like if my name was on the ballot, I could probably run for mayor because that's how known the name is. It's a part of Waterbury's history, that company. And so I want to fulfill that legacy, even though my grandfather said, don't do it. Ever since the Motor Carrier Act in 1980, it's changed. It's not, I'm telling you, and that's a whole other conversation. He warned me, and he passed away in 2013. But, I was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to get my CDL. I want to fulfill kind of a legacy there. And I got scared because I knew, my grandfather, he had his first heart attack before I was born when he was 50, and he passed away due to chronic health issues that ended up catching up with him, where you're kind of, where your lifespan is continuing on, but you're not living those years kind of in tip top shape. And, but my grandmother's still alive. His wife is still alive to this day. So, I mean, if he had, lived a healthier lifestyle or was enabled in it, but he did drive for 30 plus years. But that's, dive back into that in a moment. So I was scared. I knew, okay, I'd been building these habits. What's going to happen? I'm going to get in this truck. I'm going to figure it out. That's when I pick up the David Goggins book. And while I'm in CDL school is where I started to run. And running and you want to talk about starting over? I hadn't run intentionally in years. I probably hadn't run intentionally since, in at least the past 5 or 6 years from that point. So where running 2 miles would hurt. And, I had gone over the road, while I was over the road with my trainer, I started at PAM Transport. Since I read the Goggins book, it totally shifted my mindset of time. And so I knew that if all I could take was a 10-hour break, I had at least an allotted 2 hours that was dedicated to me, and I can fit 30 to 45 minutes into running. And really that's where the journey into running took off. And, when I tell people when it comes to weight loss, there's no shortcut. If there was a shortcut, it would already be the way. And it took me 6 years to eliminate 100 pounds. It didn't, could I have done it quicker and more efficiently? Sure. Would it have been as sustainable? I don't know, because that's not the walk I kind of walked. But when it comes to that weight loss testimony, I mean, it's small goals daily. It's thinking 1% better every day. And that this isn't a shortcut. We have to think about the length of our life versus just, because everything's out there. Everything is lose this in 4 months, lose this in 6 months, 8-week program, do this, do that. Very overlooked. There's a lot of information out there that sells you this idea of quick results. And I think that Amazon and that stuff is to blame. We want our problems solved overnight because that's what we're used to.
I want
now.
my pizza in 30 minutes, Michael. I want my pizza in 30 minutes, or I want it free. I mean, that's our mentality. Yeah. That's it.
That's where we're at. But that's the weight loss testimony. I mean, when it comes to staying healthy over the road, it was a challenge. But I had to take a diagnostic of what I was going to do, and I was with my trainer for 2 weeks, and I figured out how it was going to be, what the lifestyle was going to look like. This is where tracking came into play. This is where I downloaded MyFitnessPal and realized I've got to know what I'm eating, just like you're balancing a budget. You cannot save money. If you're an owner-operator, you cannot run your business without knowing your cost per mile. You need to know how much you bring in. You need to know how much it costs to run your truck. There's no way around it. You can't know. You can't not know your costs and expect to make money. And it's the same thing with your diet. You need to know how much you make. You need to know how much you intake and how much you're outputting. And so that's when I started tracking, was with the trainer. I saw what the lifestyle was going to be like. I equipped myself with an air fryer, a food scale. I know it sounds pretty crazy, and people cringe whenever I talk about tracking, but it's not a means to an end, because at this point, I don't track anymore because I know what I'm eating, and I built these habits over time, found what I like that fits in, that's predominantly whole food meals that I've now tracked, and I kind of know the weights of things, so I know how many calories I'm taking. But I got the food scale, the microwave, the air fryer, had the fridge in the truck, and I knew from going with my trainer that you might not be able to park there every time, but you can pull into any Walmart. And if you're over the road, you've got to take 34-hour resets. There's Walmarts if you're route planning, you can plan out a 30-minute break. And I was that dialed to a T because I made it a priority. The priority was that on top. And because the priority of health and fitness was on top, the job still got done. Like I've never had a late appointment. I've never missed a delivery. I've never, overslept. I never had any issues.
Because you have the focus now. You have the focus now.
I had that.
I mean, that's it,
I had
right?
the focus, and I put it first to where, like, if you're just chasing the miles, if you're just chasing the money, eventually it will catch up to you. You know, I say this a lot to drivers. You can do that. You can sacrifice your 20s, 30s, and into your 40s on, ruining your sleep, running the miles, getting the money. You can do that. But when you're in the twilight of your life, your late 40s and your 50s, when your kids are grown, when they're getting married, graduating college, graduating high school, when you should be making the most amount of money of your career, when you should be eyeing retirement, that's when those health issues are going to catch up. And that's where you're going to have to you can't be on the road. You can't make money because you're going to doctor's appointments, you're on medication, you've risked your DOT physical. There's a lot, you can kick that can down the road and make that money, and you can sacrifice your body for decades. It will catch up to you when it's at the worst possible moments in the twilight of your career.
By the way, we are out of time, and you landed the plane gorgeously there. Michael, promise me, when we don't have like I said, new platform, new world, new beginnings, when we don't have some of the issues we have, you're going to come back and join us again, because there is so much on the table yet to talk about, and also me convincing you to do a Tough Mudder with Dre and I. We'd like you to get involved with that. So promise me you'll come back.
Absolutely, yeah. If I could just leave you with one thing, yeah, I'm always down to hop back on. If parking's a huge issue out there, if drivers need some truck parking, they can contact me. Would love to talk to them about it. Download the Truck Parking Club app. Also, if you want to support this cause and this mission, I have a half Ironman in September, but you can go to project-61.org. Project 61 is a nonprofit dedicated to this issue. We've got a lot of big news and big stuff happening here in the near future with Project 61. I'm excited to talk about it. And if you're also looking to level up, again, I'm an open book. You can find me anywhere at Lombard Trucking. Give me a holler. I have the blueprint, the game plan to help you lock in exactly what I did over the road, some motivation. But those things right there, parking, I've been waving that banner for years. So if you need it and you don't want to get backed into, I can't speak highly enough about what we do at Truck Parking Club. And if you're looking to lock in, please, if you're in the trenches right now, I want to be the guy you call if you're in the trenches right now hurting, to give you my full support.
You can find him almost everywhere at Lombard Trucking, by the way. Michael Lombard has joined us this morning. Go have the safest and most healthiest of days over the course of the rest of the week. Thank you, Michael. We're going to be back. Oh, like I said, once again, our little issues there, but appreciate you, Michael. We're going to come back on the other side with Jason and Sean Mendelson. All I will say is, whoo. Oh, you got to play some music here. Okay, never mind. We'll be right back.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Since 1974, Bennett's been treating owner-operators and drivers like family. And Bennett has some of the top revenue earners in the industry and top-notch discounts and a nationwide network of freight opportunities and a team to help you grow your business. Opportunities are endless with the Bennett family. Open deck, heavy haul, dry van, government teams, driveway, RV towaway, toter, and hotshot. Lease to Bennett and join a family of dedicated professionals who take pride in their work.
We drive trucks.
The Bennett family of companies. Drive, the number 4, Bennett.com.
Hour 4 of Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, live from the Fastport Studios. Take it away, sir.
Oh my God. One of the most amazing things about Vince Guaraldi's soundtracks, they are the soundtrack of many people's lives. Our good friend Trucker Boson wrote me, a number of you guys wrote me individually yesterday about how it was the soundtrack of so many. If you are Generation X, it literally is the soundtrack of your life. Is the fact that it manages to somehow capture the impossible. Anybody that knows anything about Peanuts knows that great mixture of existentialism, sadness, and the joys of childhood all kind of mixed into one great package. Somebody's music actually manages to capture that.
100%. And beautiful thing about that music, it's timeless. You can be any age and know that because it's played every year.
It's played every year, and it's become the soundtrack for so many people's lives. It also is a great reminder that whatever season is, and so many of those soundtracks capture every season, that they are just extraordinary for making you feel both the nostalgia for childhood and also how difficult childhood is, which is one of the great things that Charles M. Schulz was able to achieve in creating Peanuts. This is a crazy great story, by the way, because there were people when that first special came out who were absolutely convinced it was going to be a complete and total bomb. That's the absolute truth of the story, that it's kind of like, yeah, this is going to blow up in everybody's face. This will be a disaster. And it turned out that the visionary producer, Lee Mendelson, made a really, really big call in regards to that and getting Vince Guaraldi to actually make one of the greatest soundtracks of all time. And he continued to do that great work for them. With that in mind, the 75th anniversary of Peanuts, and by the way, we are big fans of Peanuts on this show. We got a lot of Peanuts merchandise, by the way. Jason and Sean Mendelson, who were sons of the visionary producer Lee Mendelson, join us this morning. We are several decades from, well, many decades, by the way, 75 decades, but they have discovered something. I want them to tell you all about it. Jason and Sean, welcome to the show. It is such a pleasure to have you both. Good morning.
Thank you so much for having me with you.
It's
a pleasure to be with you. Yeah, as you said, it's been 75 years of Peanuts. This year is the 60th anniversary of A Charlie Brown Christmas. And the thing we're celebrating today is the 50th anniversary of You're a Good Sport, Charlie Brown. We love being with you because this is our road-based special from 1975 where they have a motocross race between Snoopy and all the characters. And the great thing about it is the score, like all those early specials, is done by Vince Guaraldi. And it's a fantastic testament to his beautiful interpretation of Schultz's philosophies to bring to life the characters through the music. And we just found, during the pandemic, these wonderful session tapes. We'd never played them back since they were used to make the soundtrack. And now we have them for everybody coming out Friday on Zoetrope vinyl and CD and digital. And it's, like you said, it's a soundtrack to our lives, and we think it's the soundtrack to many other people's lives. We've been associated with this since we were born.
Really quickly, too, by the way, images of the characters appear. Talk about that with the 45 RPM. This is the craziest, most wonderful, and typical Peanuts thing.
Yes. So, by the way, we appreciate you guys are fans. It's not lost on us, and that's why we're here. And I've been listening to your guys' show for the last month. I appreciate you guys as well. What's been really fun is a gentleman named Drew Tetz designed this zoetrope. He's designed zoetropes for Sabrina Carpenter all the way to the Grateful Dead and everything in between. And it's actually, you just posted on Instagram, and it's blowing up. It's going viral, which is, we're really excited about it because it means more people get to hear Vince Guaraldi's music. And these scenes, there's 9 scenes captured on the 2 sides of the zoetrope, and you see it come to life. It's the first time Peanuts has ever allowed us to release a LP with these scenes coming to life. And my favorite scene is when Charlie Brown puts a pumpkin on his head, the juice runs down. You get to see that over and over again while you listen to this great synthed-out score, the most synthed-out thing from Vince Guaraldi.
Oh, my God. And like I said, that's the kind of stuff that, like I said, people are so now into the tactile, into the experience. People get boxes now of goodies and all kinds of fun stuff. As we move further onto line, people are desperate and hungry for more in the real world kind of experiences. And this is the kind of stuff that you guys are kind of imagining where we're headed. Peanuts and everybody kind of involved with them has been kind of on the cutting edge of this. I do want to go back to the past to kind of bring us forward into the present, though. And either either one of you can kind of take point on this. Can we talk about the legacy of your father to kind of begin with this? Because we're a legacy network as well. I don't know if you know this. Dave Nemo is my father-in-law. I'm married to his daughter. It's by the way, people do the family business, and that's okay. And I kind of wanted you guys to celebrate Lee for a second here before we kind of move into you guys and the now. Either one of you can start.
Jason, go
Sure.
ahead.
So Lee was our father. He came out of the Air Force in the 50s and went to work for his father in the fruits and vegetable produce business and became a salesman. But in his time in the service, he worked in radio and television. That was his first passion. So he got a job at KPX TV in San Francisco, the local CBS affiliate, which led to him working with Willie Mays. His first documentary on his own was A Man Named Mays. And that led to him reaching out to Charles Schultz because he figured if he'd done a special about the world's greatest baseball player, he might as well see if he could do one about the world's worst, Charlie Brown. And so on that fateful trip across the Golden Gate Bridge to go up to Sebastopol, California, where Charles Schultz lived, he heard Cast Your Fate to the Wind by Vince Guaraldi. Was his favorite song. And when he got there, met with Charles Schultz and said, I want to follow you around like I did Willie Mays. Sparky said, I'm not interested. I just want to do my strip. My dad said, well, did you happen to see my show on Willie Mays? He goes, Willie Mays is my hero. And so the whole reason this all exists is because of Willie Mays and the Giants. But he then produced all the cartoon specials going through. And the beauty of this, you talk about it being family. Sean and I were both voices when we were little kids on the specials. I got to put the special together in my adult life. But the beauty of this is each of these men worked together until they passed away. So it wasn't just the blood family, it was the, work family that they created and engendered all these years. So Vince Guaraldi passed away in 1976, the day he recorded It's Arbor Day, Charlie Brown. Charles Schultz, the last strip he produced came out the day he passed away in 2000. Bill Melendez worked on He's a Bully, Charlie Brown until the day he passed away in the late aughts. And our father passed away on Christmas 2019 when Charlie Brown Christmas was playing for the 54th year in a row on network television. So all of these men gave their lives to it. Now we've had the privilege of doing the same. So there's a little bit of nepotism, but we're also very prideful in the work we've been able to pull off here over these years.
There's nothing wrong, by the way, with actually carrying on the traditions of the family business, if in fact you are good stewards of that business. And by the way, I want to point out a couple of things. You know how you know these guys are close? Because they're using the word Sparky. And anybody who actually has been listening to this show for a while, who's actually heard our other interviews with people from the Peanuts extended family, knows when you hear Sparky what that means in regards to their proximity and their love of that particular man. I also want to point out, guys, that that your dad went from the say hey kid to the say what kid in regards to baseball skill. I kind of wanted to point that out really quickly. Can you kind of talk about, like I said, either one of you can take point on this. Can you kind of talk about doing those voices as well? Because there's something about being a kid and doing those voices that the pressure of, let's say Bart Simpson's voice is that of a fully grown woman with all the kind of anxieties that go along with it. Did you find that in doing those voices, it was a great way to kind of move into the family business in regards to anybody who does their business right at some point actually is engaged in the act of play? Did that kind of set the spirit for how you guys would handle the rest of your careers in this area?
I'm going to let Jason answer this mostly, but I do want to point out one of the things I take great pride in as far as our dad, Lee Mendelson, is it was his idea to use actual children's voices in 1965 at Charlie Brown Christmas. Is I think the first time anybody had done that, and it carried through all the way to the present day. So, but I'll let Jason talk about it because he got Rerun, Peppermint Patty. I just got a kid that throws off on the Mayflower ship in '89, so the nepotism was more drawn towards my brother. He'll speak more about the experience.
Go ahead, man.
Our older siblings, Glenn and Linda, also voiced characters. Glenn was Schroeder in The Great Pumpkin. Our sister was Frida and other characters as well. But the beauty of Peanuts, like Sean just said, is that they did in the beginning, Charlie Brown Christmas, half the cast were professional actors who'd been on television, and half were friends of our older brothers who were the same age as the voices being portrayed in the special. And so it was always a mix of both amateurs and professionals, friends and non-friends throughout the whole history. And those original voices were so good at it that ever since we've tried to match to those original voices. So all the cast through all the years have always gone back to that original special that have that innocence, but also that wisdom that, Schultz so beautifully portrayed in the strips, brought to life in the specials. And I think one of the great things for us, since we were up in Northern California and not in the Hollywood scene, as many of our performers were, is that we were not part of that culture. So when we did this, it was a weekend where Dad would say, hey, we're going to go to the studio on a Saturday. I'm going to say the line, you say it back. And that's how we do these lines.
Jason was the voice of Pepper and Patty, so my dad I remember him, he had him scream until his voice was so hoarse. He naturally had a hoarse voice, but it made it even more, hey, Chuck, with all that raspiness you can muster. But go ahead, Jason. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, and
you
some
sly
of
dog.
Some of the beauty.
I'm sorry.
Exactly. You sly dog. You got to admit, the one great thing about Charlie Brown is he just keeps plugging away. He never gives up. And see, I haven't yelled as much as I did as a child, so I've lost most of it. But the irony about all of these characters and about having children, which I also suffered, is that puberty ends most of our careers because I couldn't play girls anymore once I started to go through that change. But then every time we get a new cast, so there's always a renewed generational shift to the next set of voices that bring their own charms and talents to playing these characters. But the beauty of it is that we all can identify with the characters, no matter who voiced them. But for Sean and I, and Sean's being modest, Sean did quite a great job in his voice acting as well. But the beauty of these characters are we can all identify with them, whether it was 60 years ago in Christmas, which is still timeless, or the new shows they're doing today with Apple TV. And you're right, Sparky was our family friend. Sparky named me. Sparky Schultz was one of our dad's best friends. And so even though he was this larger-than-life, brilliant genius who created all this great art and words for the world, he also was just our dad's, really good friend who we knew our whole life. So I think, and that Sparky name was shared with everybody. It isn't just to those of us who knew him that well, but anybody who got to meet him got to know Sparky really well. He was a wonderful man.
And by the way, I want to make one more comment about family because there's something else that goes on in the mid-'60s all the way till the end of the 70s. And it's not just you guys, but if you look at the world of Jim Henson, if you look at the world of Francis Ford Coppola, there really is a thing that is kind of lost to some degree as people have become very, very corporate in the way the arts are created these days, these vast kind of impersonal organizations. One of the things that Peanuts has maintained is that sense of American zoetrope, speaking of zoetropes, and of course, Jim Henson's Muppets as well, too, where you have these groups of extended families who actually were in the arts in the same way that you had these theatrical troupes back at the turn of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century, where the familiarity and that familyness creates these works of art that really have a sense of the lived in. I mean, there's a joke in my family, guys, I'm not kidding, where my brothers and I take the Charlie Brown, the hoo, and we actually turn it into the Godfather theme. We kind of make that transition. But there's something about it. I keep thinking, and this is the weirdest connection, and if you completely lose me, you can say, Jimmy, you don't know what the hell you're talking about, where I actually have these moments where the moment in the Godfather where they're all sitting around eating that Chinese food before they go off on that terrible hit, in many ways, you'll have these moments in Peanuts of people just kind of sitting around doing their thing, whether it's dancing on a stage to get ready for a Christmas pageant or eating popcorn and little pieces of pretzel to have a makeshift Thanksgiving dinner. There's always a sense of friendship and lingering that go on in family works that you often don't find in much more what I call corporate-driven sort of get to the next point, move on. Am I making any sense whatsoever?
Yes, we absolutely agree with you. Not only did my dad treat Giraldi and Sparky and Bill Melendez like family. They're all mostly Bay Area guys. Bill was in Southern California. But there was a sense of community and family involved. And even in the Bay Area in the 60s and 70s, all the music and stuff that Vince Giraldi was hearing. Jerry Garcia was a contemporary, played with him in San Francisco.
Another family organization. Absolutely.
Exactly. And Santana. And we've gotten an opportunity to meet all these sidemen that worked with him. They all cherished the relationship with Vince. And when you talk about these scenes from the show, Charles Schultz's pathos or ethos or whatever you want to call it, the way these characters come to life, is perfectly complemented by these scores by Vince. And what's come to light is Vince made very simple, innocent, pure, bubbly music that is synonymous with these scenes that you see. And when we've been analyzing the music separate from the show and taking out the words and the story and the visual, we discovered that it was, in fact, much more. Jason and I first discovered it, and now all the fans and the people and the press, it's been amazing, the ride we've been taking, because we're able to, Jason and I take such care as custodians of this music to provide the fans the best fidelity experience. We make it sustainable. That's a big deal for us too, and our family, because we want to take care of the environment and reduce our carbon footprint. And it's been really exciting because every different soundtrack has its own unique thing. And this is the most synthed out, You're a Good Sport, Charlie Brown, most synthed out version of what Vince did. And we grew up listening to this music. So speaking of family, it's very much part of our essence, as it were.
One of the other things too, and like I said, I feel like I'm dwelling on a lot of the same points here, but I'm fascinated by the idea of being stewards. People don't understand what that means these days. The idea that you'll often get a brand or a particular product, or more importantly, a work of art that means a lot to a lot of people, and that you have to live in two places. One, you have to plan for what it's going to look like given new technologies, new possibilities, and new opportunities, while at the same time not losing the core value of the thing itself. And I was kind of interested how you guys together ensure that Peanuts remains Peanuts and that the production values of these specials remain what they were, while at the same time acknowledging that we have new platforms and new possibilities.
The beauty of what Charles Schulz was able to do, because he was so prolific and beloved, is he was mostly left alone. He was in charge of his art and his message. And because, again, it's what you were talking about, it being not very corporate, because he was in Northern California. I'll point out our father was very friendly with Francis Ford Coppola, also Northern California. Vince Guaraldi, Northern California. Limetal Film Production, Northern California. And our partner, as Sean said, Bill Melendez.
I met Coppola at his winery, by the way. That was an exciting moment in my life, just randomly. Go ahead, Jason.
But really quickly, Jason, really quickly, I wanted to say I actually met Coppola too. I met him at a party Anne Rice threw on Halloween in the city of New Orleans, where we are right now. But go on, please continue.
Well, that's cooler. That's cooler than our story. I met him. That's very cool. But my point is that because of their isolation.
Double side note, Jason. Double side note. Good grief. Oh, good grief. Poor Charlie Brown comes out of the New Orleans tradition. And go check out Short Summer, Charlie Brown. I know you guys are deep into New Orleans music, and that's where you're from, Jimmy Mack. So check out Short Summer. Jason, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Jason. Go ahead.
Yeah, all I was going to say was that their ability, because of their isolation from the L.A. and New York scene, and because of Schultz's prominence, they were able to do quite a few things, I think, that other people might not have been able to get away with. And part of that led to the idea that they made all these specials. They are not series. They did movies as well, but they had regular specials on television every year of their lives. And the music was left to the creation of those four men. And those four men working together allowed them to do whatever they wanted to do. And we feel a complete obligation to honor that tradition. And part of what we've done is we found these tapes. We've been looking for these tapes. Our father asked us to look for this long before he passed. We couldn't find the best source until we found them during the pandemic. And what we've done is we've spent the last 5 years meticulously looking, searching, cataloging, identifying what they are, and then working on them in an analog way. We're doing them with our friends in a very, very deliberate and thoughtful way to create the best sounding thing to honor these men. This is not about making a buck. This is about honoring Vince Guaraldi and his legacy and letting the world hear him. Everybody knows him from Christmas, but all these other albums from the other times of the year and the other specials are lesser known, and we think they're just as good.
Renaissance, by the way, the Guaraldi Renaissance, because it's year-round now. Every season's a Guaraldi season. It's a Peanuts Renaissance with the 75th, but this music takes place all year round, and we're hoping that more people catch on to the rest of it.
Guys.
And the idea for Sean and I is we care about this deeply. We want to honor these people, and the most important thing is for people to get to hear Vince Guaraldi and to see the cartoons when they want to see them on Apple. And so we spend a lot of time making sure they're as good as they can be.
I'm grateful. I have such gratitude to be able to work on this stuff, and I hope the fans appreciate it as much as we do.
Let me tell you how crazy they are about this. We've had a couple of our listeners who literally have been writing me for the last couple of days saying, when is that going to be? How's that going to be? Our good friend Trucker Boson actually reached out and wanted to know, didn't your dad do the Snoopy voice? Is that true?
No. So Bill Melendez, the great animator who was our father's partner, he was the voice of Snoopy and the voice of Woodstock. He'd worked for Disney and Warner Brothers, everybody before he worked on Peanuts his whole life. But again, Snoopy and Woodstock are Mexican-American and a wonderful, wonderful contribution to our culture and history. And so, yes, if you speed up Bill Melendez's voice, he had this great thick accent. That's the sound you hear when Snoopy speaks in all the movies and TV shows from the whole period.
Yeah, Trucker Boson. I'm reading his quote. I remember Jason voice rerun, and Sister Karen was Peppermint Patty. I know, by the way, Peppermint Patty. We now know who Peppermint Patty was. I'm going to bring up another illustrator because this really kind of talks about the amazing institution that you guys actually work with. Bill Watterson recently had his birthday celebrated and all this kind of stuff. He never merchandised at any level. And I think part of that was, if you read him ever, he would not let people make a doll because he didn't want people to really figure out whether or not Hobbs was real. In fact, was he real or imagination? But part of it was the fact that he didn't have collaborators. He didn't have people in his life that he could trust, that he actually was comfortable working with, that he was
We tried.
Yeah.
Lee reached out to him. We tried to animate his shows for over a decade. He was very very interested. He was very interested in keeping that. And by the way, so was Charles Schultz. Charles Schultz said no. He said, I want to control this, my strip. I don't want to work with other people. It's mine. And for whatever reason, in 1964, he agreed to let our father in, and he trusted Bill Melendez, and that's the only two people he worked with for the rest of his life in this space.
And that's
I think that's not unique, but it is. I mean, it is unique, but it's very special too.
It's so funny because I don't know if you guys were listening earlier to the show. We have been having complete in-depth conversation about you're only as good as your partners. That has been an ongoing theme on this show. I know if you've been listening to it, we talk about it all the time. And man, it is such an important thing. One of our earlier callers talked about the idea of being seen. And if you are, it is only when you are seen and people actually can tell you what it is you're up to and really get what you're doing, that they're willing to make the leap and work with you at that point. And it really means that all of these men working together were incredible empaths for the work of the other ones. That's really what it kind of comes. Your father has to actually get Vince Guaraldi's music, and Vince Guaraldi has to actually look at Peanuts and understand what it is he's composing for, and then all three of them have to agree that this is exactly what we need, and then you've got to find somebody to kind of be a maestro in the middle of it to kind of orchestrate that. This doesn't happen on a regular basis, and it's a miracle, and we should recognize it when it comes, right?
Absolutely. When I grew up around this stuff, I was embarrassed by it because I was in it too deep, and I was like, oh, Peanuts, we'd get the free swag and the shirts, and I wouldn't wear them. But right before my dad passed away, I had a major epiphany, which is, like you just said, the combination of these men's effort is creative triumph. I'm so proud of what they've accomplished and what they've contributed to America internationally as well with their art. And it says something more than, it's just throwaway, whatever. There's a reason that an 8-year-old can watch a Charlie Brown Christmas today and an 8-year-old from 1965 can watch it and has the same impact on their interest in cartoons, jazz, how we treat one another. And so it's magic. That's what I want to say. Listening to his music and analyzing it's magic.
Our father called it serendipity. Everything was serendipitous. And when it comes to even the television show, as you mentioned at the opening, it might not have ever happened. And one of the things that happened was when Vince wrote the score for Charlie Brown Christmas, my father and he thought the opening was a little too slow. It didn't really work, just the waltz. So he said, Lee, go get a lyricist. I don't know how to do that. Go get somebody to write the lyrics. And my father called everybody. They had about 2 days to do this, and nobody was available. So my father sat down in the back of an envelope. He wrote the words, Christmas time is here, happiness and cheer, fun for all, with the children call their favorite time of year, and the rest of the lyrics in about 5 minutes. They went to the local church where Vince had a regular gig. They got the kids to record that lyric, and that became the opening of the show. It's now been covered 20,000 times. All of it was done out of necessity and accident, but also serendipity, because those four men got each other and figured out a way to make that work for 4+ decades on how to put something together that they all believed in. And I think that is very lucky. It's of its time. It's not something that can be replicated. And it all comes out of those, as you said, miracles or serendipitous occasions that otherwise would not normally happen.
And it's also a great reminder, too, that it doesn't always have to play out the way it plays out. I mean, how many great bands, how many great movies, how many great collaborative works of art didn't happen because people couldn't put their own egos aside and work with the people that they were working with and make it happen. When you get very talented people together, as was your father, as was Bill Melendez, as was Charles Schultz, you get these people together, as was Vince Guaraldi. There's no guarantee that everybody's going to be like, you know what, you are a worthy talent for my talents, and let's make this work together. It is an extraordinary story from beginning to end. Let's, by the way, talk about what you guys are, along with the big thing that is happening right now. What are you guys working on right now in regards to what's next for you guys? What are you hoping, dreaming, scheming, and planning? Big pause there.
Our intention is to release as many of these as we are capable of releasing. And what's been really what's been really exciting is how the young people have come out in droves. We released this Easter egg for Record Store Day this year, and it's been a conduit. I use the term, it's the gateway drug to jazz, so that young people can be exposed to these short clips. It's a novelty thing, because jazz is usually 6 to 10 minute jams usually on average, but we got 30-second to 3-minute things. But what it does is it entices people to go check out deeper, go check out Cast Your Fate to the Wind, Ginza Samba, and I think because people have responded so favorably to it, Jason and I get to keep making it, because this music makes you feel good. And I know you guys got these truckers out there listening to this music. I think it's the perfect traveling music, and I hope everyone can enjoy it.
Oh, my God. Go on.
And the other thing we have for next year, it's going to be 75 years of Vince Guaraldi's music making. He started making music professionally in 1951. He passed so young in 1976, 50 years ago next year. We're going to celebrate him as much as we can in 2026. We're going to have a live symphony that's going to tour. We already have the Charlie Brown Christmas Stage Show, the Chores. All the shows are on Apple TV. We have all sorts of albums we hope to release in the next few years, and we're trying to do it very carefully so that it coincides with either an anniversary or something special in Vince's or Peanuts history. But part of this is celebrating. We've been waiting.
We have Vince Guaraldi. Vince Guaraldi did a draft or an intention, speaking of Woodstock's voice, where he did a little Woodstock riff on this one particular track we've been working on, and it ended up being Bill Melendez, as we stated earlier in the show. But be on the lookout for that.
Guys.
And one of the great things for next year is that all of this music is being found in many cases for the first time, but we already all know it. It's all instinctively part of our, like you said, part of our lives and the soundtrack of we can remember from these shows. But in having it come out separately from the show, you get to hear all those great little nuances. And part of what we hope to explore next year also is just how creative and great he was beyond just the stuff that he's known for in Peanuts. So all that's sort of secret, but also we're excited to announce it when it comes out. But, you know, this stuff, we've been looking for it for 50 to 60 years, and now that we've found it, we're living back in those moments again as much as we can.
Jason and Sean Mendelson, who I'm going to get back on this show if they actually have any time available to talk about playwriting, to talk about producing, and a whole bunch of other stuff. You can find them at mendelsonproductions.com, by the way, on the Book of Face, on the Grams of Insta, and everywhere else where you get your social medias. Guys, I can't thank you enough. This was absolutely terrific, and I know there are a number of truckers out there who are smiling ear to ear, while at the same time feeling that little pang of nostalgia. Thank you both so much.
Thank you,
so
gentlemen.
And
Thank you. I hope all you truckers out there enjoy the music as you're riding the road. Appreciate what you guys do.
Thank you so much, sir. And they appreciate you as well for making the time and making them feel special, because they are our friends out there who are on the Book of Face, on the Tube of You, and everywhere else that they're getting. RadioNemo.com, where you can click on at 365 and keep the party going. Don't forget, Trucking with a Light is going to be tomorrow and Friday as well. Maybe talking with Lindsay LaRue in just a little bit here as we head into the final half hour of Road Gang Radio. It is, it's Radio Nemo everywhere. Ubiquitous, always present.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, Cat Scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Oh, I don't know about grilled cheese sandwiches, but we're back on Road Gang Radio live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, RoadGangRadio.com with Jimmy, and I think Lindsay's here now.
Well, hey, it's the catching up on the Cape, by the way, segment of this particular show. How is the Cape? How is the Cape catching up with you, Lindsay Lawler?
Welcome back to another edition of Catching Up on the Cape
Yeah.
with your host, Lindsay Lawler.
Yeah.
It's great. I'm sitting outside a place currently called the Flying Fish, and I don't give a fish. And I'm going to have a little breakfast with the family and make some preparations. We're scattering my husband's ashes later. No, not my husband's
No.
Seamus!
Whoa. Oh, wow, hard left. This show took a turn. I'm sorry, my husband's parents' ashes. So we're having I'm saying that lightly. We've been through all the dark. Now we're on to light, and we're going to go to the ocean. And we're talking about all these interesting eco-friendly ways to do ashes. I saw somebody Jimmy, who put it in a turtle, but it was like a decomposable turtle, decomposable in a good way, and then send it out to sea. So we're thinking about getting creative around here. So that's what's happening. I'll probably have a mimosa in order to deal with family, but that's what's happening here on Cape Cod. What's happening back in your neck of the woods?
Well,
like a weather girl on the morning show.
Well, actually, if you get somebody in the background to go, get a little chopper going there. Actually, you made me think. You're saying the flying fish, right? It actually made me think about at some point I got to take when you get down here, but also our good friend Foam Master Dre. I got to take him over to Juan's Flying Burrito.
I heard about it.
That's a thing down here as well too. The burritos are really big. I mean, really big, like Ron Burgundy kind of big. Big as your face? Big as my face. And I got a big head. I got a big head both ways.
Hey, speaking of your big face and your big head, I enjoyed listening to you talk about having your epiphany on the toilet earlier.
Did you like that?
That was good. Yeah, it was good. I liked that. Enjoyed listening to Michael as well, and you guys talking about triathlons and getting yourself in shape as I'm about to go order something as big as my face as well. So, hey, it's all about balance. But I'm gonna walk later as well, so I'm getting the balance in.
Well, Lindsay, I'm going to jump in. While you talked about him having an epiphany on the toilet, I was fighting for my life on one while that poor man had to struggle for 5 minutes because the collar fell off.
Yeah, it was
good times.
It was actually really, it's funny because I actually had that prepped, Lindsay. I actually said, at some point I want to be very honest with Michael and be honest about my own journey from 267 pounds. So when we lost the connection and Dre was taking care of business, I just kind of said to myself, you know what? I got this story. I'm going to tell it. Now, the good news was he kept listening, which was really groovy on his part.
I like that he came. I like that he referred to it as your testimony.
Well, that's right, man. I was on the stand.
So from here on out, Jim, I'd like to propose a new segment. It's called Toilet Testimonies.
Oh, wow. I like it, by the way.
The epiphanies we have while on the throne.
By the way, historical fact, I don't know if you know this, that Martin Luther actually came up with his protestations, his 99 points, because he was a constant constipate. He was actually terribly blocked. I mean, and here's the thing, too. By the way, in the Dark Ages, the Middle Ages, and all that Gothic period, constipation would kill you, dude. I mean, it would take you out, man. There wasn't, people didn't have Imodium. People ate all kinds of bad stuff. Go ahead.
They also didn't know what it was, right? Like, you would just be like, I have this horrible pain. And before they had the wherewithal to know what that pain was, I think you're like, oh, I must be dying. Okay, let's lay down and die.
And this is the absolute truth, guys. I'm not kidding. This is that he had a moment of revelation on the toilet. And when he stopped being blocked up, and when he stopped being blocked up, he then wrote his 99 protest and then nailed him to the church door. So I mean, the entire Reformation is based on that cold elbow down below telling you it's time to go. And so, hey, man, testimonies from the toilet, it's not a bad thing. There's a reason why they call them constitutionals. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they really do. I mean, it's like there's a reason why, because if you're regular, and that's a big thing for health too, by the way. That's a big thing for health. If you're regular, you actually are in a better mood, you're in a better place, you can move forward, and you're not stuck in one place all the time, if you dig my drift. By the way, LaRue wanted to tell you that Beach Bum said not too far away from Cape Cod is a little place called Nantucket. Laugh out loud. I actually used to live next door to one of the members of the band Nantucket. I'm not sure what that means, but he says good morning to you, Double L. There you go.
Well, good morning to you, Beach Bum. I thought of you this morning as I sprayed the Beach Bum product in my hair to make me, we're not at the beach because it's rainy, but to make me feel like I'm at the beach. So I love the Beach Bum products. And I love the Beach Bum listeners. So it's we celebrate all beach bums around here.
Wait, are you talking beach bum or sun bum?
Oh, shoot. Yeah. Okay. Same thing.
It is the same thing.
But
I wanted to make sure. No, I'm actually down with it. I got no problem with calling it beach bum. I used to call it that too. Sun bum is like the best smelling stuff of all time, dude.
So good.
It is
It's the best.
it is the truth. I got to tell you, my wife gets angry when they smell it. Claire will be like, "Are you wearing that?" And I'm like, "What's wrong with it?" It's like, "Did you not invite me swimming?" I'm like, "I'm just putting sun bum on." "No, you're going swimming." "No, I'm just."
Vacation in a can,
Oh my God! It's like the greatest nostalgia rush of all time. That stuff is absolutely terrific. And by the way, I would encourage our listeners to use it on, I don't know, their left arm. I would encourage them to use it on their heads, because a hat only gives you so much sun protection. A lot of those guys out there need a whole lot of sun bum. Because they do, because you can get a whole lot of bad skin cancer if you don't take care of your skin, if you don't wear that, if you don't wear that sun bum, and you don't smell as good too. It just smells great. Everybody likes that smell. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what it kind of comes down to.
I do know what you're saying.
I got you.
I do know what you're saying.
By the way, really quickly, if you do order something as big as your face, what do you have in mind? I mean, it's got to be fish, right? I mean, what do you think?
I don't know. They're looking at me from across the way, waiting for my order. So I might go back and figure it out. But I don't know. I'm thinking probably. I like a taste of everything. We're doing like a late breakfast brunch thing, so I want to get one pancake for the table, some scrambled eggs, some bacon, the hash browns, the toast. I like a variety. Variety is the spice of life, and I sort of kind of lean into that party line as much as possible.
So no tilapia. I got it. I understand.
Not breakfast.
Matter of fact, the only thing I will eat at breakfast is shrimp. I will have shrimp and grits for breakfast. Not for you? Not for you?
No, for some reason, until we've crossed the threshold of like day into night, I can't do seafood.
I understand. You're not a shellfish gal when it comes to the mornings, and you're not a fish person when it comes to the morning. Totally understand, by the way. Dre's got one more thing for you, and then we'll let you go make your order, because I can't believe you're stopping in again. We love having you. Go ahead, Dre.
Well, Lindsay, I was going to jump in and say my favorite style is shrimp and grits, but you don't like shrimp, because I was going to say there's this one place called
But you keep saying shrimp.
Yeah, I'm going to keep
saying I like it. I like shrimp, but just not till later in the day.
Oh, well, the way that
it's got to be like a...
Talk to me.
Yep. You go.
They do a fried grit. It's in the shape of a triangle almost. It's huge, fat fried grit, and then they put like an etouffee of the shrimp stuff around it. So you're basically doing it. So you're not looking at a traditional type of grits where you're just like, man, I don't know how I feel about this at breakfast. So you could have that for lunch as well, or dinner.
Fried grit. You had me. Fried grit, cheese grits. I'm there. I'm here on that for sure.
Got her.
Yeah.
Get up, and get down.
We'll dive into it all when I'm there in a couple weeks in New Orleans, I assume. If all is still according to plan, and I'm ready for the food tour of July. I'm here for it, guys.
Everything has come together as we have foreseen. Lindsay Lawler on vacation, making time for us. Thank you, my love. Go have some breakfast and tell everybody we love them.
I love you guys. I'm going to go eat a lot, and then I'll let you know what my toilet testimonial is later today. I'll keep you in the loop.
Toilet testimonials from LaRue.
Be safe.
Be safe. Be safe.
Bye.
Bye. By the way, if Lindsay ends up hearing the theme from Jaws when she sits in the toilet, that is her problem, not mine. I'm gonna do Peter Griffin doing.
I was about to say.
Can I do Peter Griffin doing the theme from Jaws? Hannah. Hey, listen, Lois. Tomorrow's show, by the way, let's talk about this. At 10 after, at the top of the show, John Maley, Senior Sales Executive at Triple T Transportation Incorporated. We're going to actually post his stuff over on the Book of Faith and let you guys take a look at it. He posted a viral video. This video, by the way, John's got about, John's up there in the same space as we are on the Tube of You. He's got a little podcast. It's about to become not so little. He had 12,000 views on one podcast alone. It has really kind of amped up the stakes over there. He was talking about, cabotage is the only way I can kind of frame what that conversation is about. John is not a sensationalist. He is a practical broker in the industry. And by the way, it's a conversation John, Louis Pugh, and I have on a regular basis about transparency in the broker world. Don't always agree with John, always respect John. And he and Bob Costello and a couple of other folks had a really kind of compelling conversation about what's going on, particularly at the southern border in regards the HB1 visas and the drivers from Mexico. In fact, are they engaged in cabotage? And there is a big old conversation that he's having. 121 comments, 12,000 views. John wants to get a little traction. He gave me a call. I want to get a little traction. I was more than happy to get John in the conversation. You are welcome to call during that segment as well. All we ask is make sure you actually watch the content of that video before commenting on things that you don't know anything about in regards to where John stands on it. It's electrifying because it is so dispassionate. It is not alarmist. It is not sensationalist. It's great stuff. And the senior sales executive at Triple T Transportation, John Maley, is going to be joining us immediately after we do the Pledge and National Anthem tomorrow on the show. We'll do them early to get John in for an extended interview. After that, Tom Bray is once again, just like Dean Croak, going to do a full hour, not that half-hour stuff we usually do around here, a full hour of On the Highway with Tom Bray. We have discovered a couple of things. One thing we already knew, Tom is terrific.
Love him.
The second thing is the fact he's even better when you guys give us a call during those segments. So the phone lines will remain open for that as we go On the Highway with Tom Bray. Of course, it also means that Washington Trucking Week is going to be arriving on the scene, probably with our good friend Colin Long. We'll see if anybody else, if any of the other boys from OIDA arrive, but until I am told otherwise, we always have the expectation that Colin Long will be here, and we can't wait to talk to him. This is kind of cool. Ron Kinscherf is going to be joining us, and he is going to be talking about trying something new at any age. And that's going to be at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. Our good friend, the publicist Dennis Welch, has arranged for this. For one thing, Ron has never set out to be an author. But when he started having grandchildren, they asked him to make up his own bedtime stories for them. And of course, he dutifully obliged. Anybody who's actually had grandchildren, my dad can tell you, completely understands. He retired a few years ago after a successful career as an IT consultant, and he wondered what he might do next. His daughter-in-law casually suggested on one Sunday evening at the weekly Kinscherf family dinner that he turn his grandkid stories into books. At first, he brushed that suggestion aside. Then he stepped out and tried it with exceptional results. His 11th children's book, Adorable, will publish next month on Morgan James Books, and his previous 10 books have been very well received and even loved by their readers young and old. What he's really talking about tomorrow is what it means to try something new at any age, and we can't wait to get Ron in here. For all of you guys, this is Lindsay territory, by the way.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if she likes what she hears while she's on vacation, and by the way, nobody deserves one as much as the Lawlers do, the Frawleys do. It's been a rough year for those folks, and we love them very much, and we're wishing them the best, a chance to finally put at least the beginnings of closure on what's been a rough year for that Cape Cod collection of characters. After that, Sam Kelly is going to be arriving on the scene at 9:30 in the center, 10:30 in the east. It's the human history of drugs. He's a historian and viral TikToker. He's author of Human History on Drugs, an utterly scandalous but entirely truthful look at a history under the influence. We're going to be talking about his new book, Alexander the Great, George Washington, William Shakespeare, Queen Victoria. What do all those people have in common? It's not just that they're commonly in every student's history class, but what's left out of the textbook? They all routinely used drugs. They got drunk, they got stoned, they got high, and they aren't the only ones. Historian and viral TikToker Sam Kelly at human-history-on-drugs, brings readers on one hell of a trip. See what he did there? Through the history in his debut book, Human History on Drugs. And he'll be joining us 9:30, 10:30 in the East here on Road Gang Radio.
Hey, just a heads up, I'm going to need to borrow your vape later for a reel having to do with that. Just saying.
I'll just get you one, dude. I'm happy to kind of take care of you on that issue.
Oh,
By the
I'm
way,
going to do that.
And this is really cool. We're going to end the show with Anthony Nally. And you can find him at therveers.tv, on facebook.com at therveers.tv, and on YouTube at therveers.tv. As with his other TV series, The Aviators, Anthony Nally, is the driving force behind The RVers. He also serves as the show's executive producer and director. A longtime wannabe, Anthony and his wife Lisa and their 2 rescue dogs entered the RV world in 2015 in a big way by selling their house and starting the RV life as newbie first-timers. And he's going to be joining us to talk about his new show, by the way. He's actually a drummer, too.
I was about to say, I think Dave needs to listen to this.
I mean, you think Dave? I am desperately going to see if I can get Lindsay to take a break from her family to come on for this interview as well.
Perfect.
She's actually, you can't stop working. By the way, that video she cut is really fun. We surprised her at the end. And for all fans, by the way, of Peanuts, at the end of the video, Dre, Madison, and myself make a super special secret appearance at the end of the thing. Take a look at my hat. Pause it when you get to us. Take a look at the hat. Take a look at my shirt. And tell me I wasn't ready for what was coming on the air today. That was a great conversation, by the way. Anthony, by the way, will be joining us at the end of the show. That'll be 10:30 in the center, 11:30 in the East on Road Gang Radio, #RGR. Okay, we got all that bureaucracy out of the way. You can give us a call if you would like at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
One of the things about the conversation with the Mendelsohn brothers, it's pretty terrific, by the way, and you made the comment off the air that we didn't get a chance to kind of point out. I was going to make it, but it was so fast and furious, I actually had to get my legit questions in. I wanted to point out, as you did too, you would never have guessed they were brothers, would you?
Oh, never. No, no, I'm talking. No, you're talking.
They actually were kind of amazingly respectful.
Beautifully done. I was like, they're older brothers, because it was like my age group. They'd just be like, I'm going to see you after the show.
Yeah, I mean, basically they figured out their lanes. It's like, okay, well, that's that thing. You take care of that. I'll take care of this. And there was only one moment when the excitability was like, I got to get in there. I got to make this happen.
Exactly, and they hyped each other up. I love hearing that.
It's interesting, by the way, too, is the fact that if you spend any time at my family's house, whether it is the immediate family, the 4 brothers and the 1 sister, or whether it is, in fact, the extended family, the 32 grandchildren, and all of their children. By the way, the craziest part about the 32 grandchildren, all of those 32 grandchildren have children now. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. The numbers of 66 great-grandchildren is what my grandparents would have if they were alive.
Oh, my God. That's where you and I relate as Cajun men, or just Louisiana men, is like massive family with a lot of cousins, because my dad, he got a lot of grandkids, and I have great nephews and nieces.
Any of them older than you?
70% of my actual nephews and nieces are older than me. My nephews and nieces are graduating high school. Great nephews and nieces are graduating high school, if that says something.
Yeah, I didn't fall into that trap. But I do have, on the flip side, I have first cousins who are essentially my kids.
Yeah, okay.
I have first cousins who are essentially my kids. I mean, essentially, we laughed about it. My grandmother, when she passed away, was a terrific grandmother. We've talked about her, made a cake for everybody in the family. That's what she would do. Everybody got a cake. All 32 of them got a cake on their birthday. Or all 32 that she was there for. Everybody that she was there for got a cake. I got a cherry pie, by the way. Junker and I have talked about that, by the way. Hey, Junker, by the way, always good with the updates. Our man was over in KCMO. Don't know where he's headed these days. He'll keep us up. He had a 34 he had to go through, though.
Yeah, I was about to say I wouldn't know because he doesn't call as much as he used to.
I know. It's tough, though. He's got, he's able to call before because he would call between 6 and 7.
Oh, okay. Now I'm not as butthurt.
Don't be butthurt. Don't be butthurt.
Got
10
it.
ring, by the way, we are butthurt.
Dude.
Butthurt.
I will find you, dog.
I have a feeling he would come on the air and start complaining about other things, though. We wouldn't be able to control him, much less contain him.
Got it.
So my grandmother, she passed away, and my mom, by the way, is the oldest of 7, which means the gap between her and her baby brother and sister is also spaced out. I always forget, that there are relatives that I have, aunts and uncles who have not hit 70 because of the gap between my mom and dad. They are the first over there as well. It's interesting to me.
Yeah.
It's just interesting because some of these, my brother and I were born when some of my mom and dad's siblings were still teenagers, or at least technically still teenagers. And what's interesting too is that a number of my first cousins grew up with my mom as essentially their grandmother.
Whoa.
Essentially at that age, and that's kind of the thing too. So I grew up as Uncle Jim as much as first cousin Jim, and had to break a couple of those first cousins of the habit of calling me uncle. Had to be like, dude, you're 30-something years old. You're my first cousin. Please don't call me Uncle Jim. I'm cousin Jim, and I don't care. I don't mean that. It isn't like, it isn't like, please make me feel old. I don't care about that. But it's like, dude, I am not your uncle. You and I are first cousins, dude. Let's act as such, dude. You ain't got to afford me that kind of respect. I appreciate it, but you're in your 30s now. Game is over.
I have a nephew, Jonathan, and he was the one that was the closest in my age, but he was older, and he would refuse. Like, dude, we would get in damn near fist fights because he would just be so mad because I'm like, I'm Uncle Dre to you, and he's like, you're not my uncle, and I'm like, listen, man, on paper I am, because his mom, which she just turned 65, and then
this is your nephew.
Yeah, well, yeah, right. His mom, Phyllis, my oldest sister, she just turned 65. But yeah, Jonathan, dude, he's got 2 kids, and I'm like, man, I'm happy for him. But that dude, it was funny. His older sister, which is a couple years older, she was completely cool with it. She would love that. Anytime she would bring me, like, she would babysit me, dude. She'd be like, "It's my Uncle Dre," and she'd drive me there.
Babysitting Uncle Dre.
Yeah, dude. Be like, go play the video games. We're gonna sit over here and talk.
Babysitting Uncle D, man.
Yeah,
that's what I'm
man.
talking about. That's kind of awesome, by the way. I kind of really dig that, by the way. That makes me really happy. It's like, what are you doing? I got to go pick up my uncle. Was he an elderly man? No, he's 13. He doesn't have a license yet. Wait, what? What's going on,
that's
man?
good.
What's happening here? No, but it's but here's the thing, man. It's Modern Family, dude.
Yeah.
It's Modern Family. It's the reality of it all is the fact that, what we just were talking about with the 2 Mendelsohn brothers is extended families. I mean, I mentioned the Coppola family. There are videos of them right on the cusp of the success of The Godfather with all of those people at the Napa Vineyard of Francis Coppola when he just breaks through on The Godfather. George Lucas is there. He's not quite yet famous. Robert Duvall is there. Everybody's just starting to get some traction, and you can see all this extended family of friends. And when the Kennedy Center honored Coppola, what they did instead was they had everybody come out and have the conversation, but they all would go back and sit at this table with an Italian meal on it. Because there are groups of people, and I know a lot of you guys who have invested in going down the road with us. Many of you, I asked. I mean, when we made the move over to the platform, I targeted about 20 to 25 drivers who were regular callers or listeners people had run into. Not to be like, tell me we're wonderful, but to actually ask them the magic question. What do you like about RadioNemo? What do you want to see more of? I will never ask the question, how should we change?
Yeah.
That's pandering. That's a very different thing. But asking the question of people, what makes you the happiest about listening? Go ahead, Dre.
I was about to say, I was like in the aspect of like, or what would you like to see a little bit more, but not like change.
What are we
fully.
doing that you'd like to see more of?
Exactly.
That's a very different thing than how should we change? How should we
Yeah.
adjust? It's like, it isn't the same as like listening to somebody else's stuff and trying to replicate it. It
Yeah.
isn't the same as listening to somebody else's stuff and trying to move those segments over. That's what we're talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you should do more of what so-and-so's doing. That's not who I am.
Yeah.
That's not what it's about. It's about my content and what I'm creating. But it's really cool, the answer. But go ahead.
100%, because we can be inspired by other situations and past and all that stuff, as we talked about Wolfman Jack and different things like that. But we're purely Radio Nemo, baby.
What people liked, and this is really cool, what people liked, and I hope my friends Dave and Lindsay are listening. I hope everybody that works for Radio Nemo is listening, is they like the fact that even though Dave sits at the center of a lot of this stuff, that it wasn't just about Dave. And I don't mean that it's also about me. That's not what I mean. They like the fact that, unlike some shows, which, by the way, God bless those shows. It isn't about, like, one bloviating blowhole sitting in the middle of bloviation town by himself, literally acting like he invented the world.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's not aimed at anybody. There's a lot of show formats that do that.
Yeah.
God bless them. The Rich Eisen show, by the way, does a terrific job of this. Of him, he has a really inherent understanding of this. The idea that it's like that this is a world. Howard Stern, as he began to move along, began to do more of this kind of stuff too.
Yeah.
That there's a whole world of people who make these shows happen. And just like the Mendelssohns talked about, where you have, Bill Melendez, Vince Guaraldi, Charles Schultz, Sparky, as many people call him, many of the people that come on from Peanuts. What they really, really like, what people told me they really dig is, as Rebecca Brewster pointed out, how wonderful to hear more of your voice. How wonderful to have Lindsay drop in on a phone call from the Cape. How great it was on the 4th of July for Dave to stop in and spend a half an hour with us.
Yes.
How fantastic it is for Brad Bentley to pop into the studio
Love
and
it.
just talk with us for an extended period of time. How fun it is to meet somebody new who's just joining the team. And what you're kind of experiencing here, part of which is manufactured because we're a show. Things get rehearsed, sound checks get made, mic checks get made, all that kind of stuff. What you're experiencing here is a collaborative effort. You're seeing both the scene and what is behind the scene, and then there's a blend there. And a lot of our friends out there really, really enjoy that. It makes a big difference.
And I'll add one in there as well, having old T Money come in here and talk about what's going on in the old Facebook and all the social webs.
Well, and that's a big thing too, is the fact that the idea that you become the cast of characters as well.
Yeah.
That you guys are out there joining the extended family, being a part of this. That it's like it's not just a matter of, and Dave really sets the tone for that really quickly. He makes sure that it isn't about me, myself, and I. He's not he's not the good doctor. He's not the professor. It's just Dave with a bunch of friends and people that he's picked up along the way, regular callers, regular contributors, a series of voices. Because after all, we give you, as I said, we are going to rapidly be approaching our 200th individual guest. I think we might have exceeded it already. Because after all, we're trying to give you every point of view as opposed to every opinion. Opinions, everybody's got them. Some are worse than others, but at the end of the day, they are what they are. But a point of view is what's so important. Knowing what somebody sees from where they're standing gives you the best possible perspective. And if you get enough points of view from across the industry and across the lifestyle, you begin to get a sense of what this whole wonderful world of trucking that Dave talked about is actually about. It's about a group of people trying to make a living to afford the kind of life that they need to make themselves happy. Because trucking is truly American in this way. Life, liberty, most importantly, the pursuit of happiness. And a lot of people are behind the wheel of a truck pursuing it all the way down the interstates and the state roads of this great country. And at that moment, we say, thank you all. Thank you all who have joined us for the 4 hours here on Road Gang Radio, live at RadioNemo.com, and the Tube of You, and the Book of Face, and Odyssey, and a whole bunch of other platforms with more to come. Especially give your heart to the iHeart and find your way over to Pandora and open that box as well.
100%. And hey, if you want to tell everyone that you know, even the guy, well, not the guy at Subway, like we said earlier, maybe the guy at Quiznos.
The guy behind the counter at Subway, as
There
opposed
you
to
go.
the guy who claimed to have lost weight from Subway.
Tell them about YouTube because we're close, guys.
38 away. 38 subscribers away from the magic number 1,000. We're going to get there. And no matter who laughs at us, we're going exactly at the pace we want to go. We love you. Be safe. Hit that music, Dre. Road Gang Radio is produced by Andre Thibodeau and Jimmy Mack. It is part of RadioNemo.com, and it is co-hosted by Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Its general manager is Nick DeMeo. Its associate producer is Touchdown Tara the Turtle Garris. A lot of other great people make this happen. Madison with a T is off to a big adventure with her movie. We're wishing her luck. We hope she doesn't work for us for a long time because it means she's incredibly successful. We hope the best for all of you guys. Have the best of days. Big thanks to all of our guests. Thank you, Jane, for dropping in, by the way. She's always terrific. Lots of our friends are out there. Good to get Dennis Welch back as well. I'm out.